This time I'm going to ask Commissioner Andrews to lead us in a prayer and a flag salute.
If you would, please stand. Thank you. Bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. God, we just trust that you'll be with us, Lord, as we look at the items that we are addressing tonight, dear God. We just pray that you guide us through this, Lord, and let us make the best decisions that will be pleasing unto you. Lord, let us all enter this room, and God, let us be professional in what we do. Jesus, we're here to solve problems, and we're trying to help people as much as we can. We just ask, God, that you'll be with all of us, Lord, and give us your grace and your mercy. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, as we call this meeting to order, I thank everyone for being here tonight. I hope everyone had a good Labor Day weekend. Be honest, as for myself, Labor Day is one of my least liked holidays. You can't hear me? Again, I thank everyone for being here. Hope you had a good Labor Day weekend. That's probably one of my least favorite holidays, simply because after Labor Day it starts getting cold. You can't swim or ski anymore without freezing. But at the same time, I know there's a lot of people in this room are looking for the cold snap to come to get out of some of this heat. Specs will start biting. Hunting season's right around the corner, and it's already football season. So I said all that just to make a point to get this started. Everybody in this room has different likes, different opinions, but at the same time, one thing that keeps us all together, we're all from Bradford County. Everybody in here probably. So tomorrow, after this meeting, we're still all going to be from Bradford County. So I say that to just ask, I know this meeting tonight, there's going to be a lot of comments. I can already see it. Please bear with us. And I just pray you'll be kind in your comments. Get to the point, because that's what you're here for. But please be kind, be courteous, just knowing that whatever you say tonight, you're going to have to live with all the citizens in this room from now on, as long as you're in Bradford County. So again, I do have a lot of comment cards. We are going to hold it to 3 minutes. There'll be no trading off time to let somebody else speak for you. 3 minutes. When you come up, please just state your name, your address, and then again, you'll have 3 minutes. But at this time, as we get this public hearing started, I'm going to turn it over to our fire chief, Ben Carter.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me in the back? All right. This thing's cutting in and out. Let's take a hand. Hello. Test 1 2. Test. How about now? Okay, perfect. Good evening. I want to start this off by just saying that I really hope that tonight can be a respectful conversation of some more information regarding the fire assessment. And you know, this whole issue, I know obviously is a very emotional topic. Anytime we start talking about finances and budget, that's obviously, like I said, a very controversial topic, a very hot topic to everyone. This has never been a fire department versus Bradford County issue. And this has never been a Bradford County issue versus the fire department. We realize that as well. And so I just want to make that very clear that, you know, I truly hope in your public comments tonight that you don't attack the men and women who are doing the job, because that's, you know, they deserve better than that. And I would just ask that professionally. But with that, we'll go ahead and get started into the. So let's talk about how we got here in the first place. So in 2019, the fire department was turned over to the sheriff's office. I'm going to walk a little bit closer over here so I don't keep cutting out of range. The fire department was turned over to the sheriff's office in 2019 due to lack of volunteerism at the time and some issues with some responses. And so on August 20th of 2020, the sheriff presented a budget proposal for the fire department, and at that meeting there was consensus from the board to bring back the fire department underneath the Board of County Commissioners. At that same meeting, the sheriff did express funding concerns. He said that the men and women currently responding to calls need to know whether or not the board is going to fund the department and what they can expect in the future. And we're still in that situation today. On September 8th, 2020, there was a special meeting called, and at that meeting was the approval of the fiscal year 2021 Fire Rescue Operations and Action Plan. And in that action plan, and along with that meeting, there was the vote was made to create a fire and rescue department combined. That was unanimous pass 5-0. They appointed Alan Parrish as the director. Again, 5-0 unanimous pass, and approve a combined budget for fire rescue, also passed 5-0. At that meeting, Ms. Roden, who was the interim county manager at the time, pointed out that the unassigned fund balance is not a reliable revenue source. The unassigned fund balance is used to help balance the budget at the end of each fiscal year. The board will need to consider a reliable revenue source to fund fire operations in fiscal year 21 and 22. So as you can see, this has been a long time discussion. This is nothing new. The plan before the commission, at that time it was turned over to Director Alan Parrish. And the plan before the commission was seeing that it was the best plan moving forward and has been well vetted. The plan's being looked at as a long-term solution, not a short-term patch. The county's done a tremendous job of investing in equipment and infrastructure. The missing piece is people. In order to have a quality department, you have to invest in people. So within that fiscal year 2021 Fire Rescue Operations Plan, there was one director / chief. There was a fire division chief, an EMS division chief, one operations captain, one training captain, 2 daily roaming lieutenants, 5 ambulances, and 3 engines. This is the operations plan this is the command structure that was approved within that operations plan. And as you see, there were 5 ambulances approved in that plan. On March 17th of 2022, the 5th ambulance was removed from service. We were under a hiring freeze within the county, and so we were down 5 personnel, which was around $500,000. And so in order to, we had the option to either fill those positions, we could staff those positions with overtime, or we could eliminate that unit. And that was the decision from the board, was to eliminate that 5th ambulance. On June 6th of 2022, it was moved by Vice Chair Andrews and seconded by Commissioner Thompson to appoint myself as the Chief of Fire Rescue. And so I've been serving in this role for just over 3 years. And this is our current operations plan, our command structure. So you have myself as the Chief of Fire Rescue. We have a division chief, training captain, an operations captain, and our fire marshal. And then you'll notice here as well that we only have 4 ambulances on the road and 3 engines, as well as an EMS lieutenant and a fire lieutenant. And so from the original operations plan that was approved, we eliminated 1 ambulance. We eliminated an administrative assistant. We changed 1 position from a chief level position to a captain. And we were at 60 full-time employees, and we're now down to 56 full-time employees. Along with that, you'll see, like I said, the division chief position and the operations captain was what was previously a division chief position. So when people say that there's too many chiefs, not enough Indians, we have 2 chiefs for this department. We're going to talk about NFPA, and I realize this is Bradford County. We're never going to meet NFPA standards. This is something that is the national guideline that all fire departments use as the benchmark, as well as lawsuits that happen when there's an injury with a firefighter. they go back and they pull NFPA 1710 requirements. And so we'll just take a look at those real quick. So for 2,000 square foot residents, NFPA 1710 recommends that you have 16 firefighters on a standard house fire. Right now, Bradford County Fire Rescue can give you 7. For a strip mall, they recommend 27 firefighters for that event. Again, we can give you 7. And for your first responding unit, so from the time that you're paged to the time you get on scene, their benchmark is 4 minutes, and our average response time right now is 9 minutes and 18 seconds. And people say, well, we don't have those big commercial structures. We don't have these large events, but this is just a short snippet of things that I've been able to pull just quickly off my phone from photos of the events that we've had here recently within the last few years. This was the motel fire in Lottie. This was an overturned semi on 301, a train versus semi in Lottie. This was the motel fire here in Stark, and yes, it's inside the city of Stark. They have their own department. However, we do respond to assist them for mutual aid. Again, overturned semi on 301, same here in front of the fireworks store. Vehicle fire north of Lottie, and then the sawmill fire.
Today, a large fire at a Bradford County sawmill is now out. TV20's Alyssa Perry joins us live from Lottie. And Alyssa, how long did it take firefighters to put the flames out?
It took more than 5 hours for the Bradford County Fire Rescue teams to extinguish the fire at the Tatum's Brothers sawmill. Firefighters say they got the call around 3:30 this morning. Bradford County Fire Rescue was joined by crews from Clay County Fire Rescue. The family-owned business has multiple buildings on site, including a sawmill, 2 planer mills, and a shop. District Fire Chief Dylan Rogers say crews have responded to the mill several times over the years. TV20 was there in 2018 when a fire destroyed most of the business. We asked Rogers to compare the size of today's fire to the one in 2018.
About the same in comparison. A fire like this takes a lot of resources, manpower, and just doing the best we can with the resources that we have to mitigate the situation.
The cause of the fire is still under investigation, but one of the owners tells TV20 he thinks it was started by electric wiring. As we mentioned, this isn't the first time the Tatum family has seen their business burn. TV20 Hala Zell was able to talk to one of the owners this morning about what they're going through and how they're feeling. Let's take a listen.
Look, these boys is like family. I went to school with half of them's daddy, you know what I mean? Some of them's daddy worked for my granddaddy. I went to school with them. You know, this is a small community, and they're more important to me than the shed is.
All Tatum can think about while watching his building burn for the second time is his employees.
Some of the boys has been working for me 35, 40 years, you know, and they'll be all right. We'll keep on working.
He believes the material inside the sawmill makes it prone to fires.
All the debris, everything is wood. So it lays there. We clean constantly and trying to clean up constantly to put the fire hazard down, but you never get away from it.
The owners tell me their family has been in this industry for generations, and they take the good with the bad. With every fire, they just rebuild and hope for the best. In 2018, the sawmill was engulfed in a mechanical fire.
It's going to take a while to clean things up, and then we'll have to start back the rebuilding process. Unfortunately, this is not the first time we've had to do this.
But Tatum remains positive.
Hopefully, this won't set us back too bad. It's certainly a slap in the face, but you have to take the bad with the good.
Reporting in Lottie, Hawa Ezel, TV 20 News.
And the point of that is to show you these things do happen, right? Whether it be a semi overturned, whether it be a hotel fire, a sawmill fire, these things happen in our community. So again, and I can tell you, I was on social media. I looked at some of the comments on there, and I tried to go through and address some of those comments. And I do my best not to interact on a word of mouth page or anything like that. But I think, what is important is that we get correct information out there. And so I've encouraged people to come by. I've encouraged people to come look at the budget and explain these things to them. And so we'll look at a few things that, again, are myths versus facts. some people say again that we did away with the volunteers, right? That we ran them off. That there was no volunteer. We were the ones who ran these volunteers off, and that's just simply not the case. And I feel like I can speak pretty intelligently on this because I grew up in this county as a volunteer at Hilburn Springs. My deputy chief Dylan Rogers started as a volunteer at Hilburn Springs. We have multiple people on our department. Our community paramedic David Weeks started as a volunteer with the Theresa Fire Department, and so we have the knowledge of what it was like to be a volunteer in this county and how hard that was, especially when the volunteerism started to decline. But a lot of what happened is the state increased the requirements that it takes for you to become a volunteer firefighter. So in order for you to volunteer, you have to go through 206 hours of training to be a volunteer firefighter in order for you to be covered. It's also over $1,000 worth of training and time, right? If you're volunteering, it probably means that you have a job somewhere else. And so who's going to spend that 206 hours and $1,000 or more in order to go through this volunteer training? In addition to that, it's another 190, 200 hours to go get your full certification to become a full-fledged firefighter to go get paid to do this job. So anybody who goes this far into it is going to continue the rest of the way to go get paid and become a career firefighter. And just to show you that this is not a new issue, I want you to look at the date. You probably can't see it, but this was Monday, January 14th of 2019. This is from the previous fire chief to the county manager. Say, good afternoon. Saturday, January 12th, 2019 at 12:55 hours, as J.F. Miller and I were involved with the Station 2B staff members at the new station on Southeast 8th Melrose. Stations 3, 4, 5, and Medic 5 were paged to a residential fire in the 2600 block of Northeast 20th Avenue in Lodi. No other calls for assistance were active at this time in the county. J.F. Miller and I quickly went en route to the fire non-emergent. 12 minutes into the event, one member of Station 4, which is Hilburn Springs, one member of Station 4 acknowledged the page and no apparatus were responding. I requested dispatch to repage the initial stations in attempt to bolster any additional responders. The attempt failed. Medic 5 did arrive within 8 minutes of being toned and provided quality information several times within the response timeline. Medic 5 crew performed with the utmost professionalism that provided for a positive result for not only the customer but to the county as a whole. Still with no further response from stations 3, 4, or 5, Miller's and I response was upgraded. We staffed Engine 70, which was stored at the Fairgrounds building there, 2300 North Temple, the old FHP building, and responded in Engine 70. Engine 70 and Engine 40 arrived at the same time, a 26-minute response time. Engine 40 arrived with one firefighter whom just finished basic training last month. Tender 53 had a 40-minute response time and was staffed with only one firefighter who also finished basic training last month. Unfortunately, this response characteristic is becoming the norm as last month's Crystal Lake home site's structural fire response with one firefighter from Station 2 and the elongated response times to the motor vehicle accident in Brooker over the holidays are testaments to. I fear this action, the lack of a proper response if left unaddressed, will be the probable cause of injury or death. This was back in 2019 when there was still a volunteer system. And again, this is not something that was created by myself. It was not something that was created by this board. It was not something that was created under the sheriff. The volunteers were absent. I have the utmost respect for the volunteers in this county because we had the best volunteer system in the state of Florida right here in Bradford County for many, many years. And again, I'm qualified to say that because I was one of them for quite some time. We'll talk about pickup trucks, right? I heard everybody talking about there's pickup trucks all over the place running up and down the road. My pickup truck is a 2021 F-150. This was purchased through the state EMS matching grant with all of the upfitting, which is light, siren, all of those things, was completed here in-house by our fleet maintenance supervisor. Cost to taxpayers was right around $7,500. The division chief currently drives a 2014 Ford Explorer that was transferred from the sheriff's office. The upfitting was also completed in-house. Our operations captain drives a 2010 F-150. It was from the 2009 County Awards Grant. Upfitting was completed through Grant and CARES Act funding. This was back during COVID when we had this thing upfitted then. And the cost to taxpayers was right around $650 for the decals. Our fire marshal drives a 2011 F-150 that was transferred from the sheriff's office, and all of the upfitting, lights and sirens, was all completed in-house. $650 for decals. Our training captain drives a 2024 Ford Expedition. This was purchased through the opioid abatement settlement funds, and the vehicle and upfitting was all purchased through there. This was zero cost to taxpayers in Bradford County. Our community paramedic drives the same vehicle, the 2024 Ford Expedition, that was also purchased through the opioid abatement funds. All the vehicle and upfitting was purchased through those funds at $0 to taxpayers. EMS lieutenant drives a 2023 F-150 that was purchased using unused grant match funds. The upfitting was also completed here in-house. We did pay full price for this vehicle here. We did not pay for the upfitting. Again, that was done here in-house. Cost to the taxpayers was $45,000. Our fire lieutenant drives a 2021 F-150. We had, at the time when the county had an IT department, they had a two-wheel drive 2019 F-150 that was transferred over from the clerk's office, and we were able to trade that in for a good value and actually received more on the trade-in than we did for the original purchase price of that vehicle. The upfitting was completed in-house, and we were able to get a four-wheel drive vehicle instead of a two-wheel drive vehicle. Cost to taxpayers was $9,883. And people ask, why do we use four-door? This is just a small snippet of the equipment that we carry on all of our apparatus. Every one of our supervisors that you see riding around is fully ALS capable. So they have the ability, if somebody gets called to not breathing, somebody unresponsive, that supervisor, myself included, I'm a certified paramedic, so are all of my admin staff are all certified paramedics. If we're riding down the road and somebody gets called to somebody not breathing or somebody choking, we're able to go do the same thing that an ambulance can do, except for we can't transport you to the hospital. But we have the same certifications, we have the same level of training that anybody on an ambulance would have as well. And so we do carry a lot of equipment in these trucks. So as you can imagine, it takes a lot of room. These things take up a lot of space. But I want this to show you that we're not just going out and buying new vehicles and buying new pickup trucks and riding up and down the road and throwing away money. We look at every avenue we can to figure out how can we do this, how can we make these purchases without causing a huge burden to the taxpayers. These are vehicles that we've transferred over to the Public Works Department. And this, again, is just a very small snippet of that. We've transferred many more than this. But had we not transferred these vehicles over to Public Works would have had to buy these vehicles. They would have had to purchase these vehicles. So we try and get every bit of useful life that we can out of all these trucks, out of all these vehicles. Again, we transfer them over to the next department. All right, I'm sure many of you have seen the construction of the new fire station at Sampson City. So this was the building that was there previously. It was, if this building looks familiar, they use these for mobile job sites, right? If a construction site, things like that. Now this was built to a little bit beefier specs than what you would see on your average construction site, but still, we got every bit of useful life that we could out of these buildings. So we were able to sell this building on Gov Deals for $11,250, and that may not seem like a lot, but let me show you a little bit of the interior. So these are mushrooms growing up through the floor of the fire station. Also mushrooms growing up through the floors of the fire station. I don't know if you can eat these or not. We didn't try. This is a rotten floor in the bathroom. And this was the entire floor replacement in the bathroom, bedrooms, and living area. Again, from a 2019 building, right? These are not meant to be a 24/7 use building. They're meant to be a job site, trailer, and that's what they're intended use for. we got great use for them. We got great use out of them, but we knew this wasn't a long-term solution. We knew this was, hey, let's get by until we can figure something else out. And we were able to figure that out. Again, this is one of the bedrooms that we replaced the entire floor in. So we were able to go from this, and you see there's a lot of vehicles parked outside, right? The two on the left side are our employee vehicles, but the other two that are sitting outside of that station, those are response apparatus that we didn't have room for. We couldn't put them inside the station. So they're sitting out in the sun, they're sitting out in the weather. We had nowhere to put them. So we were able to go from this to this. This is what's being built. This was fully funded through state appropriations. The state got us $850,000, and it was actually when our attorney this evening, Mr. Bradley, was our senator at the time. And it was while the fire department was under the sheriff's office. And their goal was to build a new headquarters and training facility at the Hilburn Springs location. Once the board brought the fire department back under the Board of County Commissioners, we already had a headquarters building. We had the headquarters right there behind the courthouse and beside the sheriff's office. We didn't need to build a new headquarters, but what we did need is to get them out of these trailers that were literally falling apart and having mushrooms growing up through the floor. So we went back to the state, and this was a multi-year process to try and get this done, but we went back to the state and we said, look, we can't use this money at Hilburn Springs anymore. We just don't need to put something there, because the last thing we wanted to do was build a building and then not put anybody in it. So we said, is there any way that we can transfer these funds around and use them for our Sampson City site? Because that's the most centrally located station in our county. And we really would like to be able to use the funds there. And so through Senator Bradley, through Representative Brannon, we were able to get those funds reappropriated and able to use those funds to be able to build this station. And with the addition of the 2 bays that you see there as well. So we have more room to house the equipment. It's not out in the weather. We're not letting a $200,000 truck sit in the rain and weather. We're now able to put that inside the building, and it's secure. The station is great. I can tell you, I just went to a neighboring county's grand opening of their fire station. It was $12 million is what they spent on their fire station. We've been able to build this for under $850,000. I'm sorry? That was over in Clay County. Correct. I agree. Way bigger, a lot more money. You're right. All right. So let's talk about fire station locations and your ISO information, right? You've probably heard ISO, that word tossed around. And you may see what on your insurance may be called your public protection classification. 1 is the best that you can receive, and 10 is no recognized protection. So Bradford County, as we currently stand, our current rating is a 5, 5X, or a 10, and I'll explain what that means. So to receive a protection class rating of 5, you have to be within 5 miles from a fire station and within 1,000 feet from a fire hydrant. To receive a 5X, you have to be within 5 miles from the fire station, but it means that you don't have a fire hydrant within 1,000 feet. And a class 10 means that you're outside of that 5-mile radius for a fire station and you do not have a fire hydrant within 1,000 feet of your residence. The fire assessment funding will fund a new fire station in the town of Brooker. Now, we were able to get, again, a state appropriation to build the actual facility itself, but the state appropriation does not cover the staffing for that facility. So with the fire assessment, with the $167 residential rate, that would cover adding 2 personnel every day in the town of Brooker. And what that means is obviously improved response times. Right now, our closest station is 14 minutes away, running as hard as they can get there to the town of Brooker from Sampson City. Hampton's further away than Sampson City is, right? Right, let me get through my presentation if you don't mind. So again, improved response times as well as lower insurance premiums. And I put an asterisk beside this because not every insurance company is going to decrease your rate just because you have a new fire station in your district. That there are many insurance companies that do, but I can tell you not every insurance company recognizes that. They don't use ISO as the gold standard. But again, many insurance companies do. So right now as it stands, this is our current coverage, and every circle that you see is a 5-mile radius. So this means from each one of those stations, that circle that you see, means you have 5 mile. If you fall within that circle, you have the benefit of receiving at least a 5X on your fire protection class rating. So I'm explaining these circles a little bit more. So LA 50 that you see up there in the top corner, that's Lottie, right? So that's where our Lottie station is located. Hilburn Springs is staffed with 1 supervisor, and we're able to claim partial credit on our ISO rating for staffing Hilburn Springs and having a supervisor there. Station SD 90, that's Sampson City, that's station 90. Theresa is station 20, and these all numbers have actually since changed. We've gone back to single digits for, again, more transparency to show that we don't have 50 stations, we have 5 stations, and we don't have, so on and so forth. So again, these are back to single digit numbers. So Theresa station 20 has also a supervisor station there as well. Speedville is the station down in, or I'm sorry, station 10 is the station down in Speedville. And then Brooker would be the new station in the town of Brooker. So all these circles would show you, again, anybody who falls within those circles has the benefit of receiving that 5X rating. Or if you have hydrants within your town, you're probably a class 5. So what that means is when we build the fire station in the town of Brooker, those residents there who are currently at a class 10 would go to a class 5, would be eligible to go to a class 5 rating on their ISO. So again, savings there for your homeowner's insurance. And again, this just shows you if we close stations, people fall outside of those circles. And so the more people that fall outside of those circles, if you're outside of a circle, you're a class 10, which means, again, either your premium gets worse if you can get coverage at all. I'm sure all of us in here have experienced increased premiums on our homeowner's insurance. This is something to offset that, hopefully. And again, if you fall outside of that circle, who knows if you can get coverage at all. So I did obtain an insurance quote from a local insurance agent here. Okay, this is for a $400,000 dwelling at with a $1,000 deductible and a 2% hurricane deductible. I get it. People's houses may not be worth $400,000, and that's okay. Right. This is all relative. Okay. So right now, if they're a protection class of 5, annual premium is $6,798. If you close the fire station and they go to a class 10, premium goes to $8,745.38. A $1,947.32% increase, or 28.6%. All right, let's take a look at our 2024 call volume.
Please, just let Ben finish the presentation, please. Then you'll have plenty of time to speak.
Sure, but I think this is important information, right? Okay. Sure.
All right, please. Hey, please let Ben just let him finish, please.
No problem. All right. So again, in 2024, our call volume, we had 1,223 fire-related calls, 7,536 total incidents, or an average of 21 per day. Again, our average response time is 9 minutes, 18 seconds. Our average call duration is 1 hour and 32 minutes. Our average scene time is 19 minutes and 40 seconds. And our average transport time is 32 minutes and 7 seconds. We had 32 structure fires last year with 1 civilian fatality, 22 vehicle fires, 63 brush fires with a total of 422 acres burned, 259 motor vehicle collisions with a total of 595 patients from those crashes, 71 trauma alerts, and we had 74 total cardiac arrests, which means their heart's not beating and they're not breathing. We attempted resuscitation on 57 of those. And you ask, well, why didn't we attempt resuscitation on 74? There's certain signs and symptoms that we look for and markers that we look for that may show that that person is well past any viable life. So we got pulses back on 29 of those patients, which is our ROSC rate. ROSC means return of spontaneous circulation. So we were able to get pulses back on 29 of those patients. The state average ROSC rate is 24%, and your average or your ROSC rate here in Bradford County is 39%, well above the state average. Our truck utilization, you can look, our Station 9, Sampson City, is our busiest engine, and our ambulance here in Stark is our busiest ambulance. Next would be the station in Lottie, and then the station in Theresa and Speedville. All right, let's talk about the fire assessment a little bit. So looking at the methodology, this is charge per dwelling unit. So let's talk about what actually a dwelling unit is. This is an example of a dwelling unit. You can go on to the Bradford County Property Appraiser's website, and if you look at the record search / GIS map, you can go in and find the information that shows how is my property being charged. And many of you obviously got those notices. That's why you're here tonight. And so you see what's on those notices. So you look at the owner's name. That's what you can search through that, and you can find the property record. So if we go through and do that, you can look at the building characteristics. Now, anything that's under this top line under building characteristics is what's being charged. So if you have 2 buildings here, you're being charged for two dwelling units. The extra features and outbuildings are not assessed. Again, this is an example of a dwelling unit. If you go to their property card, you look at the property, it shows you they have 1 building on their property. They do have some extra features and outbuildings, but these are not being assessed. It's only the building characteristics up top. Let's say they have multiple dwellings on 1 parcel. This is a piece of property that has 4 homes on 1 piece of property. So if you look at that, again, they're all homes here in good shape. They have the opportunity to rent these places out to people. Again, these are all the homes here listed on this site. And if you look under building characteristics, they have 4 different dwelling units listed. So they would be charged 4 of the $167 dwelling unit charge. Extra features and outbuildings are not charged. As I said earlier, those things are not assessed. So this is considered an outbuilding, extra feature, on the property card. If you go and look, that's where it's listed on this property. It's not assessed. Again, your garage should not be assessed. Your chicken pen should not be assessed. And your horse barn should also not be assessed. Understand that we're using information from the property appraiser's office that it was not intended to be used for the purpose that it's being used for right now. That was not how it's coded. That was not, so there's going to be mistakes, is my point. And so with those mistakes, we have a process to correct those mistakes. And we're absolutely willing to do that. And we want to make sure that this is a fair thing for everyone. So absolutely, I'm sure that many of you in this room tonight received a notice that has something that's not correct on there, right? You have a house on your property that's just old and a dilapidated house that doesn't have power to it. It doesn't have, water to it. It's not a livable structure, but it's something that means something to you and your family, right? It's something that is maybe your grandfather built, and you don't want to tear that down. It has some sentimental value to you. And so if that's the case, again, we can come out, we can look at that, we can go, okay, look, this is not a dwelling unit. This is not what we're trying to assess on this with this fee. This is a house that has 4 different outbuildings. Again, those 4 outbuildings are not assessed. It's just the actual residence itself. So for vacant parcels, if you look, this is 11 acres. That is 1 continuous piece of property. So this piece would receive, I believe it's a $46.50 charge for a vacant parcel, unless it's labeled as an ag property. If it's considered ag, then by statute, it has to be exempt. We have no choice in that. We have no authority in that. By statute, ag properties have to be exempt. So if it is an ag property, again, you would not pay an assessment on that. Let's say that you have 40 acres of land, okay? The west 20 acres and the east 20 acres. They're side by side, same owner. Again, you would pay, if you have both of those properties in your name and they're divided into 2 separate properties, you would pay 2 of the vacant parcel fees. However, if it's ag, then you would be exempt. You would not pay on this property. Let's look at non-residential or commercial properties. So this is a metal building here in town, and this is the property card for that building. So as you see, under the building characteristics, it has one building, and for the commercial, we look at square footage. It's based on, I believe it's 11 cents per square foot. And so we look at the actual square footage of the structure, and that's what you multiply by the 11 cent to get your rate of what that commercial property would pay. Anything else outside of there, any extra features or outbuildings, again, are not assessed. Again, another commercial property to where they have one building that's under the building characteristics section, and then everything that extra, we look at the actual square footage of that building, and then extra features and outbuildings are not assessed. Same thing. We look at the actual square footage. All of the outbuildings you see there, again, are not assessed. Again, just more examples of the same thing of if you have multiple buildings on your commercial property and it's listed under building characteristics, it's assessed. If it's listed under extra features and outbuildings, it's not assessed. Let's talk about exemptions. So churches, nonprofits, and government-owned buildings are exempt. 100% disabled veterans are also exempt. If you're at or below the poverty threshold, you're also exempt. And anything that is zoned agricultural. Now let's take a look at what that poverty threshold actually is. Okay, so if you're a single income family or single family person living in a household, a single person household income is $15,650 or less, meets the poverty guideline. It goes up from there. Two-person household is $21,150. So on and so forth. Again, there's a grievance process. So if you have a mistake on your property card, if what you received you believe was incorrect, you can email this email right here. You can call the 6228 number. That phone rings to the fire marshal's office. Then it rings to the fire marshal's cell phone if nobody answers that. And then if he doesn't answer the cell phone, it rings to my cell phone. We will get you an answer. And I've spoken to many of you in this room. So when we look at the rate and what this generates, I'm sorry? Sure, absolutely. No problem. And please feel free to take a picture of this or whatever would be the best way for you to get it down. Everybody good? Oh, one more. Okay. All right. If you have any questions or need this information, come see me afterwards and we'll make sure to get it to you. So again, what the study showed was for 50% cost recovery, the residential rate was $167 per household or per dwelling unit. The non-residential rate was 11 cents per square foot, and the vacant parcel was $47 per vacant parcel. That's non-agricultural. What that breaks down to, if you divide that monthly, is $13.92 per month, or 41. I know some people pay their property taxes quarterly, and so this would be $41.75 per quarter. Y'all don't throw anything at me, but this is truly a comparison. Okay, it's one fast food meal a month, and I understand. I get it. Listen. Well, let me ask you, how many people in here? Hold on 1 second. How many people in here go out to eat probably 4 times a month, whether it be fast food or sit down restaurant?
All right.
Understood.
All right. Please let him finish. He's almost done.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
All right. Let me wrap this up. Sure. So if you do go out to eat more than 4 times a month and you swap your drink that you get for water, that's literally $13 that you just saved per month. Or we all have habits that we can certainly draw back on. myself included, right? Let's take a look at this real quick. So this is a house fire that was here inside the city of Stark, right behind Capital City Bank, right? This is a Stark fire. They're able to send 2 firefighters to this call here the other day, okay? We responded with mutual aid. We were able to put 6 firefighters in addition to that. So imagine pulling up to this house with 2 firefighters and not having anybody to come help you. All right, the work that it takes to put something like this out is unbelievable. And so this house was a total loss, right? This was without a doubt burned to the ground, okay? But what didn't happen was the house next door.
Fixing to get your help.
Right, so this is the neighbor's house, okay? And due, again, to the great efforts by the city of Stark, as well as our team getting there, we're able to save the neighbor's house from burning down. Now, again, doesn't affect the person who lost their house, but it does affect the people who are in the surrounding area that didn't lose their house because of the efforts that were made. This is also a call.
Yeah, I need to buy a public house on fire.
Yes, ma'am. What's going on?
My house is on fire.
Your house is on fire?
Yes.
Is it fully on fire?
It's taken on fire.
Okay, and what's your address?
This is Florida.
Is anybody else in the house?
No.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm having my unit dispatched out to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So again, this house has a hole through the roof of it. This was in between 100 and 231 near Brooker. Okay, this was on 235 in between those 2 roads, which we call no man's land. There's no unit that can get there in a quick amount of time. It would have been right around 8 minutes from Brooker if the fire station was there. But we were still able to get there, and when we were able to get there, we'd get off the truck and do work to make sure that this house didn't burn completely down. Now, granted, this is probably going to be a total loss through insurance, but what we were able to save is prescriptions, all of the valuables that the person had. We were able to save pictures, family heirlooms that we were able to get out of this house for this person. So yes, it's going to be a total loss probably on insurance, but we're able to save some of those things that probably mean a lot to you sitting in this room. Again, we go back to the sawmill fire, and this being able to put a team of firefighters on there rather than just 2 firefighters meant the difference between them losing a shed versus losing an entire business. And so that's the difference of what it means to be able to put adequate fire response in a community. And with that, I will entertain any questions from the board.
That I called EMS because I had an accident at my house. Guess what? No one responded. Told me to call Lake Butler because I live in Bradford County. I have a Lake Butler address. Y'all kept throwing the ball back and forth. So guess what happened? My children loaded me up to the vehicle and drove me to the hospital because y'all refused to respond.
Sure. And I don't know the situation behind that call. I would be happy to look into it. Sure. Understood. I agree with you.
Today it's an average of 9-minute response time. I am terminally ill with cancer, so is my father that lives with me. We have been back and forth to the hospital so many times. We choose not to even call 911 anymore. Why? Because every time we do, it's almost 40 minutes for you to respond, then another 40 minutes to the hospital. We have a buddy system in Hampton, Florida, because you don't even have the fire station open, that we try to help each other as neighbors, and we'll actually call each other and pick each other up, drag each other out of our house, and get ourselves to the hospital because we're too afraid to get actual help ourselves in Hampton, Florida, because it'll take 30 to 45 minutes to respond. Now, what if there's a shooting, a killing, anything, a heart attack or surgery, we may be able to survive, but you're saying it's a 9-minute response time. Bullshit.
Okay. Wrap it up. Yeah.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go to public comments. And if you would, please be respectful when you come up here, no matter if somebody's for it or against it. Just please listen to what they have to say. We've got a lot of cards here. Bear with me. I'm gonna call out a couple names. That way, if they're in the back, you can start heading forward. Again, when you come to the mic, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes. I've got a little timer up here, and let's get started. First one we have is Tammy McCarley. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we need to read the resolution before we start public comment.
My bad. Okay, let's read. I'm going to turn it over to our attorney to read the resolution.
Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Bradford County, Florida, relating to the annual provision and funding of fire protection services and facilities, imposing fire protection assessments to fund the provision of fire protection services and facilities in fiscal year 2025-26, confirming the method of apportioning the assessments amongst benefited property, approving the fire protection assessment rates fiscal year 2025-26, and the maximum rates, which may be adopted without further notice in fiscal years thereafter, establishing other terms and conditions of the assessments, approving the fire protection assessment roll and directing certification thereof to the tax collector, amending, ratifying, and confirming resolution number 2025-05, providing the method of collection and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Okay, at this time now we'll open up the public hearing for public comments. Again, the first one is Tammy. And then also the next one coming up is Bonnie, looks like Bonnie Griffiths.
Just flip it on, man. It's on, he's coming.
Test.
Okay, I am Tammy McCarley, and this is the first letter I got like 20-something days ago. Okay, I do live in, I have a home in Daytona Beach. I also was raised in Lottie. I have property in Lottie and Hampton. Can you hear me? Okay, I gotta go. All right, so this first time, I didn't know about all the committees and all that. Number one, I think this is not fairness, equality, or justice for people who are older, disabilities. And I look at this room and it's just about, you don't see too many young people in here. Okay, I think that's not right. And I'm a person who stands up not only for myself, but for others. I can guarantee you this too, that I don't have kids in school anymore, so my taxes, I pay a lot of taxes. I provide the community. I have rental property, and I keep my property up good for my renters, and I keep the the rent low so they can afford it. So I put a lot of money into the city, the county, Okay. The cost of living already is, food, gas, taxes. It's already is so much. It makes me in fear of losing what I do have. Yes, I have 4 places, but I don't get to file agricultural. What standard? There's not a fairness standard here in Bradford County. How many animals do you have? Well, or this or that. It's not fair. Also, I'd like to say that the land, $47 for 1 acre or 100 or 1,000. I think that's here we go. Anyway. It's 4 trailers I have, and I guarantee you this. If they catch fire, you can forget it. They're gone. It ain't going to help me. They're gone. No fire department's going to come out there anyway. It is Hampton. It's Lottie. Lottie's got a better system there. But I already don't get enough help from the city, etc. Because when I have a complaint, I got people doing drugs down my little lane for years, 10, 15 years. I can't get no help. They come out there and tell me, oh yeah, this and that. And then they've lied. They lied saying I have private property. They've still been allowed to go back there. Yeah, and then fear that, oh, what are they going to do to me? You know, what are they going to do? The fear in this county is wrong. It's evil. And there is good people here. Again, I grew up here.
Thank you.
Anyway, with that, I'll let everybody else have it. There you go. Thank you.
Bonnie Griffiths.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Commissioners. I'm not much of a public speaker, and I try not to get too upset.
Speak real close to the mic. Yeah.
Okay.
Very-
I didn't receive a notice of this meeting. I got the original notice, but I would not have known that this had been changed. Had not one of my neighbors told me. So if you're going to publish something and change it, give sufficient time that you can notice everybody that's involved, because I know some of my neighbors didn't know, and it was too late when I finally told them. Number two, $167 may not sound like much for, I'm lucky. I have a retirement and I have the ability to go back to work, but there's people here that can't hardly afford groceries. I don't know if everybody's aware, a lot of the insurance that we're able to get through the marketplace is not going to be available to some of those individuals any longer because of the new government regulations. That's something that needs to be taken into account. Another thing I see where you're talking about agricultural can't be taxed on this exemption. Why can't we get that changed? If you get a brush fire out there, is the fire department going to respond? They're going to get the same privileges I have, but I'm paying. Another thing that I wanted to say was, Lord, I lost my thought. Also, I live in Keystone. I can stand at my back of my property and throw a ball into Keystone. I can stand in the front of my property, and if I got a good arm, I could go to Clay County. So I don't get anything from Bradford County. I have to keep the road up in front of my house because it's a private road. Ambulance service, my daughter had a heart attack. It took them 13 minutes to get there. Then they, instead of pulling in the driveway at my house, which is plainly marked, they park across the street and nearly get her hit because there's a car coming in that couldn't see them. So as far as services, I don't receive any. I pay insurance so that I'm covered. I have a brick home with a metal roof. By the time a fire department gets to me, because the thing out in Speedville, as far as I know, is not manned all the time. By the time somebody gets to me, my house will be gone. So while I'm not begrudging it, but let's make it fair and equitable across the road. Take into consideration, and I understand, and I have family members that are 100% vet disabled. They get income. If they're 100%, they get income from the federal government. Some of these other individuals are not that fortunate. I think there should be some entity. And also the budget. We asked for a copy of the budget, and we were told that we'd have to go here, here, here. Never got a response. I called this morning, about this meeting to confirm it was here. I never got a return call. So there's got to be a communication both ways. It's got to be fair and equitable. And I don't think there's a person here that's not willing to pay if it's fair and equitable. But you can't just look at property. I sat down and figured today, between the time we bought our home and now, we've paid 3/4 of what we originally paid for the house in just taxes. And like I said, we're not getting any services out there. Our children can't go to the local school unless they get a special exemption. So look at everything fair and equitable. And I'm not against what y'all are trying to do, because you do need to expand, but you got to look at it. Share them with people. Give them the budget and say, hey, this is what's going to go for equipment. This is what's going to go. Then you can make a thing. What y'all did, y'all didn't do that. And that's failure on your part, I feel. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Dean Papel. Dean Papel. And then the one after that is Anthony, looks like Duhart.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dean Popel. I live at 4661 Southeast 6th Lane in Keystone. I think it's unfair that the property tax, folks that pay the property tax, get burdened with numerous taxations. This is not a tax. This is a fee based on what I've heard and read. However, I will say this, instead of burdening the taxpayers with an additional fee, look inside the budget, okay? I've spent 40 years working at the federal, state, and county government, and there's bloat, there's waste, and there's fraud at all of those levels, and we all know that. Okay, it's just a matter of finding it.
Please.
So, in essence, what I'm saying, I've got 5 recommendations for you to consider. First of all, a budget cut across the board, 5 to 20%, whatever it takes to get to your $1.7 million. A salary reduction of 1 to 3%. A reduction in force, a hiring freeze. One thing you did a few years ago that I do remember seeing in 20, 21, 22, somewhere in there, there was a 1 cent county sales tax that generated about $3 million. Why not do that? That's fair and equitable. Anybody that buys anything in the county pays that 1 cent tax. The last thing I have to say is if you do end up approving this and passing it along to the taxpayer, I'll tell you all the commissioners here tonight, you will be opposed in the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Duhart.
Duhart, his wife.
Okay.
Arita.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We live in Lodi, Florida. And I grew up here, but we moved away and then we moved back to build here on property. We live about 2 minutes or 1 minute from the dump. First, they're going to charge us a dump fee. And I don't see why each residence would have to pay that. So now they want to charge the fire department tax. I appreciate everything that the fire department does, but I'm wondering why they always send out the fire department first if there's an emergency on the heart attack or things like that. I understand he said they have the equipment, but they can't transport the patient. So we need to explain that whether this is desperate need for just the ambulance. And I believe that the people that has a fire and it's actually a horrendous fire, there should be the ones that access the fire fee for them to come out rather than everyone playing the tactless. that just like the emergency room bill, they send you out a bill for the emergency service to come out. So I think the fire department should do that also, which I think is better, because I'm concerned about my mother, who's 91 years old, and she would have to pay extra tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Baker. And the one after that is Jerry Gibbs.
Hello, it's really Anita Baker. I live in 10100 Southwest 95th Avenue in Hampton. I'm really talking to the people that's here tonight, not so much the people up front, because they don't really listen. What's really happening, I want everybody here to understand. What's really happening here is I want that the public understands the commissioners and the managers here has overspent the budget. I don't necessarily oppose of having the fire assessment. I do oppose, I come to these meetings all the time, and they spend money really foolishly. What happens is they approved this year a $3.5 million to do the sewer for the bypass. They've already approved $1.8 million for the fairgrounds, and they don't even own the decisions for the fairgrounds. That's just giving out free money to them. They've already spent $700,000 for the fire stations. They approved last month $150,000 for the recreation department. It's my understanding that over the last 3 years, our budget has increased by $9 million, and we're in Bradford County. So what I think really we should be doing here is the people at the front should be looking at ways to implement a change in budget cuts, have good faith, show a demonstration of actually doing a committed budget cut. I come to these meetings every month and they recognize, and don't get me wrong, I think it's great that we want to recognize people for doing a good job and we want to recognize retirement people. But this is just one quick little thing that they could do. They give out plaques for everybody. How many people in this room is retired that still has their plaque on their wall? Nobody. Okay, they get put in a desk drawer somewhere. And if you got lucky enough to get a plaque, that's great. But they have these things called little congratulations folders, or they have these little things called cardstock paper. For less than $100, you could buy 1,000 of these cardstock papers, and somebody up here could be printing out award certificates or attaboys for the things that they're doing. But it's my understanding that somebody up here, and you know who it is, just spent $3,200 on a plaque recognizing the fire department. And I think everybody in this room needs to know that that's where our money's going. We don't get the okay to spend that money, but that's what everybody needs to know.
Thank you. Right. Jerry Gibbs.
My name is Jerry Gibbs, and I live at 3293 Southeast 129th Street. I've lived in Bradford County 70 of the 75 years that I've been living. There's something I don't understand. just like the lady said about if you got 100 acres, it's going to cost you $47. And if you got, I've got 2 parcels of land. One is an acre and a half, and the other is 2.93 acres. And they're going to charge me $47 a piece for that. There ain't nothing on that property. So if it burns, let it burn. I mean, I'm just being honest. And another thing I don't understand, and I've seen this time after time after time, and I'm not taking away anything from the fire department. I wouldn't want to do their job. I'll be the first to admit that. But I see a lot of times, I've seen whether it be 2 or 3 fire trucks and a rescue unit coming to a house, and the house is not on fire. There's somebody sick or somebody that needs to be picked up and be carried to the hospital. But why are they spending the money and the gas that they're doing for those other 2 units? It don't make sense to me. And basically, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Linda Beeman. And the one after that is Brad Stevens.
Hi, I'm Linda Beeman. Can you hear me? Okay. Closer. Okay. I live 4153 Southeast County Road 18 in Stark. I don't want to even call what you are calling a fee. It's more like a penalty. We've worked all our lives to get what we've got. And just to get insurance, you have to pass a 4-point inspection. If your roof is, we put a new roof on our house, and whenever our insurance was due this past year, we had to prove that we put that roof on. And we put it on in 2017, and they wanted us to put a new roof on. That's an expense, $27,000. And we may make a little bit over the level that you call poverty, but whenever you take stuff out like your food, your insurance, your car, and just the things that we've worked all our life to have, and then you come up with this penalty because we have a house on a property in Bradford County. It's just not right. It's not right. You have to come up with a different plan. There's always a different plan. Go to plan B. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. After Brad Stevens, I've got Amber Shepherd.
Hello, I'm Brad Stevens. I live in the same place Linda does. All right, try to make it better. All right, all I can say, this is the straw that broke the camel's back, buddy. And I'm totally against it.
Thank you. Kate Ellison. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Amber Shepherd first. And then Kate Ellison would be next.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to hear public comments tonight about the fire assessment. I come from a different perspective. I work for the Northeast Florida Economic Development Corporation, which is centered here in Bradford County, working to attract businesses to the community, working to bring revenue and economic growth and jobs and new opportunities for our community. So I understand that there are real concerns about this proposed fire assessment. Anytime a new cost is introduced, people worry about how it affects their families and their budgets, and those concerns are real. But we also have to look at what's at stake for Bradford's future. Fire and rescue isn't just about emergencies. It's about creating a safe, stable community where families want to live and businesses are willing to invest. When companies consider locating here, one of the first questions they ask is, do you have reliable fire and rescue? Will my investment be protected? Can my employees, families count on you? And if we can't answer yes, we lose opportunities before they even get to the table. We've met with over 150 businesses in the last year looking at and considering Bradford County for the future. We're talking about a large-scale R&D innovation manufacturing hub being built out in Bradford County. These are real conversations that are really happening. The reality is, without the funding, our fire services face cuts that could mean slower response times and even station closures. That's not just an inconvenience. That's lives and homes and jobs on the line. I wouldn't want that for my family member or anybody else that I care for. This assessment would create a dedicated funding stream for fire services, keeping stations open, ensuring crews have the training and equipment they need, and making Bradford County more competitive for growth. There are also exemptions in place. 100% disabled veterans and households below the poverty line or at poverty could receive relief. Perhaps there could be consideration to increase that poverty level to 200% of the poverty level. There's options that are available. When you break it down, the $167 annual fee does come to about 46 cents per day. And what it provides is a reasonable investment in the safety of our families and the future of our community. That said, accountability is essential. If residents are asked to take this on, the county must be transparent about how every dollar is spent. And I believe strongly that families deserve advance notice of any rate increases, as well as consideration of a cap on future increases. People need predictability in their budgets, and that's the only way we can build trust. So I do stand in favor of new funding sources,
Thanks.
but I recognize this isn't easy. So thank you all for your time and your consideration. God
Thanks.
bless you and good night.
Thank you. Kate Ellison, and then the next one is Carol Montgomery.
Hi, I'm Kate Ellison, 971 Southeast 32nd Way, Melrose, Florida, 32666. I own 2 houses, so I'm going to be paying 2 of these new fees. I've been to the meetings where you all discuss the budget and you publish the budget once it's formed. I have observed that you've been tightening your belts for decades, and you have done hiring freezes and you've done 10% cutbacks. The budget has already been cut, and all the departments have been scrutinized for ways to save money. When you sit and listen to what they're actually doing, they're trying to find ways to save money every single year. Sales tax hits the poorest people the hardest. Using a sales tax, because everybody pays it, there's no exemption for someone who is poor. So if we want fire protection, we have to pay for it. We have to band together and support the firefighters and pay the fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Montgomery. And the next one after that will be Lisa Whitehead.
Carol Montgomery, 2048 Southeast County Road 21B. Yes, Bradford County, Melrose. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the proposed fire assessment. This is more than just a budget decision or another.
Please let her talk. Let her talk.
This is more than just a budget decision or another line on a tax bill. It's about protecting lives, property, and the future of Bradford County. Every resident, every family, and every business depend on reliable fire and emergency services. When a house fire breaks out, when a medical emergency happens, or when disaster strikes, we count on our firefighters to respond quickly and effectively. But right now, they're being asked to do more with less.
Please,
and
please, just let her speak, please.
They're being asked to do more with less, and that affects us all. The fire assessment is a responsible, necessary step to make sure our first responders have the staffing, equipment, and training they need. The cost is a modest $167 a year, which breaks down to $13.91 a month or 46 cents a day. For the protection of every life and every property in Bradford County. Without this funding, we gamble with response times, with firefighter safety, and ultimately with the lives of our neighbors. Commissioners, your most important duty is to protect the health and safety of this community. That responsibility cannot be delayed, pushed aside, or left for the next board to handle. Tonight, I urge you to show leadership to put the well-being of our citizens first and ensure Bradford County has strong and dependable fire protection. We should not wait for tragedy to remind us the cost of inaction. This fire assessment is not just an investment in the fire department, it's an investment in the safety, stability, and future of Bradford County. Thank you.
Thank you. And listen, please, if be respectful, and I'll be honest, there was still 30 seconds left on here. So I don't know who a lot of these people are. I don't know. I'm just pulling them right off the top. So please be respectful.
My name is Lisa Whitehead. I live at 4853 Northwest County Road 125, Lottie, Florida. I oppose this, and the reason being, a lot of reasons. Number one is it's outrageous for me personally. It raises my taxes 24%. And my house is a $50,000 house. It's not a $400,000 house. And I live very mildly, meagerly, and so this does affect me differently than it does some people. But we're all older. There's a lot of us older people here. But also, I'd like to know how that money's going to be spent. I'd like to see the budget. I feel like this is being rushed. We're being pushed so you can go ahead and add it onto the tax assessment in October. And then in here, I've got two separate pieces of paper, and it talks about Lottie. I live in 5X, okay? So when they make it to my house, it's wood and vinyl siding, and it is a home. It's going to be burnt to the ground, okay, by the time they get there. And I'm good with that because I chose to live out near Forest Preserve. But here it says the city limits on one. I don't live in the city limits of Lottie. And the other one, it does say within Lottie. So it's very unclear to me. And once again, I'd like to say that I am against it. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like James Nicken. All right, good. Thanks.
Hi, I'm James Nielsen. I live at 3246 Northeast 179th Street here in Bradford County. First off, I want to say I oppose this taxation, fee, whatever you want to call it, to push this and ram it down our throats. I think many of Americans here in Bradford County have seen a lot of wasteful spending in government. And not only have we seen wasteful spending in government, but now we have a president in that's showing us the wasteful spending. And we had a young lady speak earlier that told us the wasteful spending. So what we have here is a bunch of people running red, but then spending blue. As far as Danny, you can't sit here and tell me that I need to cut back on drinking a soda to water or comparing like a $400,000 house. Mine's $45,000. That's it. You know, we have a lot of elderly that live in this community. We have a lot of elderly that grew up in Bradford County, graduating from that high school, and it's a spit in their face that you do this to them. You know, a lot of these presentations, I noticed 2018, 2019, come on. You know, we're at 2025. Don't try to strike fear into the people to pass a tax. And don't say it's not a tax, because if we don't pay it, what do you do to our home? Yes. You sit here and say it's a fee, but it's not a fee, because a fee, we have a choice not to pay. And you are ramming it that we have to pay it. So, I mean, you guys are in office, you're doing a job that you ain't doing. Trim the fat. Drain the swamp. There are people that are standing around doing nothing, getting paid. If you don't want to put in an honest day's work and you want to stand around with your new modern 2025 cell phone and text and do all Twitter or whatever, it's nonsense. You are coming out of our tax money. We pay taxes every year. We have no problem with paying property tax. The fear in your eyes when you hear DeSantis talk about, hey, we're going to do away with the property tax. Oh my God, where am I going to get the money? Where am I going to get the money? But I want to tell you folks that this is not just a one-time fee. It's a fiscal year fee, 4%. And do you really think these people are going to say, oh, well, we're going to only do 2? No, they're going to run it 4, 4, 4, 4. They're looking at the long run. I learned back in the 80s that if you don't...
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, shut me up. Yeah.
And Anthony Hayer. What is Anthony here? Is Anthony coming? Okay, I'll go to the next one. Elizabeth Crew. Elizabeth Crew. Adam Hudson. Adam Hudson. Adam.
I'm Adam. So I'm a lifelong resident. I'm Adam Hudson. I live at 625 Southeast 43rd Street, Keystone Heights. Sorry. Better? All right. So I'm Adam Hudson, live at 625 Southeast 43rd Street. I'm for the fee. Now, before I hear boos, just listen to it. It's for a good cause. Because I hear that a lot of y'all are saying, what does a fire truck do? You have an ambulance. Well, a fire truck isn't just for fires. If you fall down in the middle of the night and you can't get up, that ambulance in that area might be gone. Fire truck's going to come pick you up. Okay? Okay, I'm just hitting all the points I've heard. All right. So a fire fee, y'all are asking where it's being spent. The fee, where it's going to be spent. It's tax or fee, but it's actually labeled as a fee. So I'm for the
Let him finish.
I'm for the fee. The fee is in a separate account. If I'm not wrong, an assessment fee.
Let him
goes to-
finish, please.
The assessment fee is in a separate account. So hold on.
Ma'am, please, let him finish. No, everybody's quiet when everybody else speaks. Let him finish.
So all I'm saying is, when I'm gone away, because I don't work in this county, my family lives in this county, a whole lot of us. I'm kin to a lot of people in Hampton, a lot of people all over this county, and I want somebody to show up if they need help. I do, I really do, and I hope you do too. I mean, we're all older, but I get that a lot of y'all older people, and I'm getting there too. We're on a fixed income, correct? Yes. I propose that with this fee, that we don't do a 4% every year. It says they could do a 4% every year, but they don't have to. Is the thing. But
Please, let him speak. Let him finish.
after the fee is in place, and I do believe we're at max at 10 mil right now on your taxes and my taxes. I pay them too. They can lower that millage rate. They're going to have to if they want this to happen. But they could. But I'm just going to say, my family lives here and I have a bunch of them. I ran my own sister.
Just address the board, please.
Yes. So, all in all, I believe that y'all have a hard enough job. Somebody's going to have to jump on the grenade. And y'all's board is probably going to be it. And I hate to say it, but I agree with the 167. It's a lot less than the surrounding counties. I can tell you that. I've looked at all of them. So it's a hard job for y'all to do. I don't want to be in your shoes. So all I got to say is I agree with the fee. Okay.
Thank you. Sharon Smith. And the next one is Robert Smith. Do we have Sharon Smith? Robert Smith? Ron Williamson? Ron Williamson?
He's come, I think.
Alan Summers?
Mr. Reddick.
Which one?
Elizabeth Crew. Atwood. Right there.
Elizabeth Crew? Yes.
Atwood. That's me.
I have a question. How about the people that were here first that filled out our applications, and there's been like 20, 30 people here. I was actually the first to fill out that form, and was here at 5 o'clock waiting.
Okay. All I did was just pick them up. I didn't sort them out. Okay, go ahead. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
my name is Elizabeth Atwood. I live here on Morgan Road. My problem I am against what you're asking for. It has nothing to do with the fire department and the emergency services. They deserve the very best they can get in the way of financing. They need to be paid properly. They need to be trained properly. This is not that issue. The issue is the way you have gone about charging us this amount of money right here, right now, this year. This is something that we should not be having to pay for this year, first off. Next year, maybe, but I still think the amount of money that you're asking for right here at the top, and then with the additional 4% every year afterward, which we know, unfortunately, say what you will, where politics are concerned, unfortunately, that 4% is going to be added on every year. It's not going to be stopped. It's not going to be reduced. It's not going to be changed. They're going to continue it as long as it gets written down for this first time. It is not going to be $167 next time. It's going to be 4% higher than that, and then 4% higher than that. That is the problem that I have as a resident. I am a widow. I live on a piece of property that my home does not appreciate, it depreciates. It's an old trailer. I live on Social Security. I am retired, but I don't have two incomes. I have Social Security. I am not of the financial elite. There are many people that $167 this year, and however much it ends up being forever and ever, it does not affect their abilities, their money, finances. It does not affect them. $167 a year extra on top of my taxes affects me because it's money I have to come up with every year for my taxes or lose my home. Okay? Yes. And it's not what the money's for. If the money is going directly and only for the fire department, that would be all just lovely. But I know that's not necessarily the truth either. I would want to know exactly how that money was going to be spent, by whom, who was going to be in control. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron Williamson. And the next one is Alan Summers.
Yeah, my name is Ron Williamson. I lived at 4442 Southeast County Road 21B. Kind of been with this county since like 1964, so I've been watching the rates all along. I've only been to these council meetings 3 times. One was because they wanted to raise the rates on our electric bill, put a charge on there. The second one was one for a fire department. They wanted to do something, which is absolutely the worst presentation I ever saw in my life there for a presentation talking about a fire department. This one was actually pretty good. I appreciate somebody learned how to use the PowerPoint system and actually show us some slides this time. And this, your latest fee, which is, really a bill that I have to pay, was like the trifecta in my life for the last 3 months. First of all, State Farm calls up and says, we got a deal for you. Hey, your insurance has been cruising along pretty smoothly. We thought we'd screw that up for you. So your $900 a rate that you've been paying for your little 2-bedroom house there is going up to $2,200. So you need to pay that. You need to pay that here by yesterday. And on top of that, I said, well, let me go see what Bradford County is doing to me tax-wise here, because I usually follow that. Went online, downloaded all the data, paid the fee to download the data, because you don't get it for free. You got to pay some fee to get your data. So I did that, and holy cow, you're raising my property taxes by 14.4% to $4,400 freaking dollars. And I'm going, good God. And as I'm trying to go, now let me see what adjustments I need to make to cover that little bill coming in, I get this letter saying, congratulations, you're getting a new fee of $167 to pay for fire stuff. And I'm going, what's next? I thought that came out of property taxes, that bill that went up. What's the property taxes being used for? I'm going, my God, how's this thing going up? And then I talked to Howard Wanamaker, who's the county commissioner for Clay County, because I know him very, very well, and the fire chief at Clay County, because I also know him, because I couldn't get anybody to call me back for a while here at Bradford County to tell me what was going on. So I said, let me talk to my friends at Clay County. They probably know what's going on in Bradford County. And they did. They filled me in on some of the information, what's going on. They're kind of shaking their head a little bit. But yeah, that's what Bradford's got to do to kind of keep their fire department afloat. I said, good Lord. I looked up a few more stats, and I'm going, out of the 67 counties in Florida, they rated them from the county that pays the most property tax to the county that pays the least property tax. I'm going, Bradford's got to be down here quite a ways here for this little county. No, they're number 17th in the state for charging property taxes. I'm going, you're kidding me. I'm going, Clay County's number 36 in Clay County. They got a lot of water in Clay County. I mean, they're not that high. And I'm going, my God, where's all this money going to? So if it was me, do something to figure out how you can squeeze this into the property tax so we don't have this extra. Honest to God, it's a tax, because if I don't pay it, you're going to put a lien on my house and you're going to take my house. So it's just getting to be too much, guys. It really is. So I appreciate if you would take a look and see what you can manage something here to knock off this extra fee. And I know we got to have a fire department, but they're kind of like front pockets. Normally you don't need them, but when you need them pretty bad. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Alan Summers. I live at 4470 Southeast County Road, 21B, Keystone. Actually, that guy was my neighbor. I have to listen to that all the time. I'm against it also because it's not in its proper case, in its proper place, I don't think. I was trying to figure out mathematically how we come up with $167. That meant that there is a fixed number divided by the number of houses or residences or land property owners. If the sawmill is burning every year, why don't they pay more than I'm paying? Because I've never had a fire at my house. I've got an 800 square foot little wooden house. It'll be gone. My beef with this fee is that I'm not sure it's equitable across the board. If 2 miles from my house is 23 acres filled with 3,000 million trailers, now I want to know what that landowner is going to pay. Because if there's a fire in one of those $300,000 trailers, that motorhome, believe me, Bradford County going to go there to put that fire out. It doesn't seem fair to me. I've got a little 1 acre spot there, and he's making $1 million a day, and they're still going to cover the fire in his lot the same as he's going to cover it in mine. So all I'm asking for is a fairness for everybody. And if you're going to charge me $50, fine, but you better be charging that man $1,000. So that's all I got. So thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like Curtis Amos. Chris Amos. Next one is Winsley Collins.
Okay. I'm going to pull this out so I can get it on my face. Hi there, my name is Christopher Amos. I live at 7155 Southeast 2nd Place down in the south part of the county. There's been a lot of talk about fair. My issue is the means being wrong. And, you know, if you steal $100 from the little old widow that doesn't have much money, or you steal $100 from a millionaire, you're still stealing $100. So I'm a Bible-believing Christian, and I appreciate the opening in prayer for this meeting. I'm kind of new in this county, so this is my first time being here. I do appreciate that. And as such, the Bible informs me that stealing is wrong. And if we have a means to a good end, it still matters what the means is. And the bottom line is, y'all, figuring out a new method or line of funding to take people's money, it's still our money. And I think everyone loves firefighters. Nobody's got anything against firefighters. It's like nobody hates cute little puppies. We all love firefighters, and we want good services, and everyone appreciates the public servants and all that kind of stuff. But I do have a little bit of objection to the presentation, opening the thing up with a little bit of, look what we can do for you and what happens if we're not there, and the fear kind of thing. I remember, look what happens if you catch this flu from China. Everything's going to be terrible, so we shut down our national economy, and now groceries cost twice as much as they used to because we screwed everything up for that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen of the board, your approach for increasing the revenue, it sure seems dishonest. And the response could be, it's like, well, we notified you by mail and we put it in the Bradford Telegraph, but that's no different than me putting a Post-it note on all my neighbors' doors saying, hey, in a few weeks, I'm going to come by and I'm going to take something from your houses. And I'm going to do it again next year. Maybe I'll take a little bit more. And just because I told you about it beforehand, I guess it's okay. Yeah. So anyway, my concern is, can we otherwise balance the budget? I don't have a lot of facts and figures in here, but it's all of a sudden it's like, oh my goodness, somehow we need 1 point something extra $1 million. So we're going to look around and figure out, okay, how can we invent a new method of taxing the citizens of the county that is circuitous to the method that is already in place that should be working? And my next question is, more importantly, where does this line of thinking end? Because there's the next thing we identify that we need money for, we come up with another assessment for that. So I would propose that we look at figuring out the budget we have to work with, recommend the board dissolve this resolution, balance that budget. Otherwise, I'd like to see some seats on this board overturned and filled with honest folks who aren't eager, who are not eager to spend other people's money. Thank you. Thank you.
I can get that thing in here.
Collins is next.
And then after that, David Skinner.
Oh, okay.
Hello, board. I'm speaking for my wife, Lindsay. I'm Clint Collins, 21924 Northwest 85th Avenue, Stark, Florida. I own 2 parcels. One is a dwelling, one's not. Just like the dump fee. I'm all about it. Because with the dump fee, I'd have had to take my garbage to the Tri-County landfill and pay by the ton. Yeah, or burn it, And if I burn it, I'm going to need a fire department. So with that, I'd like that fire department to be funded out of a designated fund. So, I respect everybody's opinion. This is a First Amendment right, and I fought and served for this country for that First Amendment right, so I respect everybody's view on this. So I'm for the fire assessment. I have always been for the fire assessment in the previous times. My only concern is the people that have voiced their opinion, social media, complain that they don't know anything about. Well, I've been at county meetings over the years many times. I go on the website, I go on social media. They're on social media enough to know about tonight and about what's going on when what they got, but we can get it telegraphed at the end of the day. I think the fire assessment is needed. Others may not. I respect everybody on the board's position. It's not an easy job. You got elected to make decisions that are going to make somebody angry and somebody happy. So God bless you guys, and God bless your decision in whichever way you go. Thank you.
Thank you. David Skinner? David Skinner? Stanley Wilkinson?
My name's Stanley Wilkinson, and the reason I don't want this particular tax is because I live 12 miles out of the city. There's no way the fire department's going to get out there and save my house, so I'm just wasting money. I don't like wasting money. I worked too long and hard to get it. And I'd like to be able to pass my land down to grandkids, great-grandchildren. That's really the reason I'm here tonight, to say I don't really like this tax. Don't like no taxes particularly, but I know we have to have some. But just the way I feel about it. I hope everybody else is concerned about it.
Thank you. Marshall Rawson. And then next is Christina Crawford.
Howdy, I'm Marshall Rawson. It's probably no surprise that I'm here tonight, but I work in emergency management. I recognize the importance of fire and police. That being said, I also run a small business, and I have a household that I have to run. County taxpayers and county homeowners have to live within their means. So should government. Our local government can't simply say yes to every proposed expenditure that comes their way. In one way, the fire assessment fee is a more honest tax than your typical property tax, and that at least we know where it's going. But the issue is, when you combine that with an increase in property tax already, that is not acceptable and is not equitable for our community. When real estate speculators have already artificially driven up the price of homeowners, and homeownership has become unaffordable for many in our community, this is an extra burden that we cannot afford. This tax will disproportionately affect those with small homes in that it's a flat tax, $167 for each individual home if it's a dwelling unit, right? Meanwhile, commercial real estate and RVs don't have to have the same tax at $137.5 for the same. So you have a piece of property that's 1,250 square feet. That dwelling unit, you pay $167 flat tax. Meanwhile, that commercial real estate and that RV at 11 cents per square foot is paying $137.5. That is 30% less than a small residential home. You can't justify that at a 30% increase, and that's most of our homeowners that will be burdened with this. Additionally, maybe we should start looking at the fact that we can't continue putting residential development in the south side of our community, when for every dollar that we get for new residential development, it costs us $1.25 to pay for it. When we're talking about EMS, we're talking about fire, police. Bradford County residents shouldn't be paying for new development in this community. The solution is moving away from property taxes across the board, but particularly for those that have homesteaded their property, and moving towards a sales tax and a consumption tax on new development. I stand with the Bradford County taxpayer, and I oppose this new tax. Thank you.
Christina Crawford. And next is Bo, looks like Haston.
Good evening. My name's Christina Crawford. I live at 2070 Northeast 171st Street in Stark. There. Okay. Thank you. I'm also a small business owner, and I have a business in downtown Stark. And so I really appreciate going after that gentleman that pointed out the discrepancy. But I'm primarily here not because I necessarily completely oppose that something needs to be increased. And I don't necessarily say, I like to think of both. Maybe it's a small increase, and maybe it has something to do with a small increase in sales tax, and that we could come to some kind of agreement. But ultimately, the biggest thing I'm here to oppose is the 4% increase each year. And so I'm not necessarily here for the $167 today. I'm here for, in 20 years, the $365 that would be in addition to my property tax. And so That's what I don't think that we should leave that open ended. I don't think that we should say, let's not look at that. And another thing I would like to propose is that with how half the town is here, I don't know that this is a vote that should be left up to commissioners. Maybe this should. Right. And so maybe we put this on our next ballot and not rush it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Bo Hasten.
Hello. First, I'd like to say we need Doge to come to Bradford County ASAP. Get this fat cut. And I've called them. I've done it all. But, you're putting this on people that can't afford this. They're on fixed incomes. It's not coming out of your pocket. And when I hear somebody say, oh, well, you go out to eat $3 for a glass of tea. Well, guess what? I can't afford to go out to eat not one time a month, much less 4 times a month. Okay, you talk about vehicles. Okay, I understand you got all these vehicles, you need them. Well, do it while you're working. Why are you driving them home, putting gas in them on the taxpayer? The taxpayer's having to take the insurance and pay for all that. Why don't you park them, drive your personal car to your job like most people do? And yeah, put this on as a tax instead of the landowners and the property owners. Make it fair across the entire county instead of subjugating certain people, because people can't afford this. And I'm going to let you know, America has woken up after these past 4 years, and this might be local, but let me tell you something. We are awake, and on election day, you will be primaried. We're not afraid of you, and we will come for you and put somebody in that cares for we the people. We are done with this. We are done being told. And really, you don't even own your property, because if you don't pay your taxes, they take it. So it's really not home ownership at all. And then this, you're going to put it on and put a lien, but it's not a tax. It's an assessment fee. It's a crock of crap. But know this, you put this through against what the people is wanting, you're out. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Gloria and John Spengler. Gloria Spengler.
She said she thought they were signing in.
David Sullivan. And then after that will be David Kirkland.
Yeah. My name's David Sullivan. Can you hear me? All right. Well, open your ears. My name's David Sullivan. I'm from 1433 Southeast Avenue, Melrose, Florida. And I oppose this because it's just another tax. I don't see where the taxes I'm paying now are doing me much good. Live on waterfront property. I can't even put my boat in, right? So, enough of that. I pay school taxes. I don't have children. I don't have children in school. I take my responsibility as helping other people with their children. I've raised some, but I do not have child of my own. So where's that tax money going? This is for the people, by the people. That's the government. Y'all want sit there, you're making big money because you're in a commission. People in the government ought to do it because they can make a difference, not for the money. So, and I just don't see the reason. I live within 5 miles of 4 different fire departments. Friend of mine called the ambulance the other day It come from Bradford County. It come from Stark. What happened to the locals? You know? So, I mean, that's all I got to say. I mean, it's a farce. It shouldn't happen. So, thank you.
Thank you. David Kirkland. After that is Jay Eves.
Good evening, Chairman Reddick, commissioners, and fellow citizens. My name is David Kirkland, and I reside at 7266 Southeast 2nd Place, Stark, Florida. That's the Crystal Lake Homesite subdivision. As a longtime resident of Bradford County, I, like many of you, have witnessed this evolution of the fire assessment proposal over the last couple of years. I sincerely appreciate the time and the efforts that the commissioners, along with Chief Carter, have devoted to develop a reasonable and affordable fire assessment for the citizens of Bradford County. I strongly support the proposed $167 annual fire assessment fee, which I do not live on the lake, which by the way, equates to only, as we've heard, 46 cents per day.
Please, nobody spoke when anybody else was. Please, let him speak.
I will gladly pay 46 cents per day, knowing that in an emergency, I can dial 911 and someone will respond. It is my opinion this fire assessment will help ensure that fire rescue can maintain their current service levels, provide the necessary training to respond effectively to fires, medical emergencies, and other critical incidents. I believe this approach provides a more stable and equitable funding model than traditional ad valorem taxes, ensuring that all properties benefiting from the services contribute fairly. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate all that you're trying to do for the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jay Eves. Jay Eves. Ralph McKenzie.
Hello, everybody. Ralph McKenzie, live on County Road 18 in Stark. And it was a nice presentation you gave. That's not why I came here. I came here, I didn't come to hear the presentation. I came to talk to the council people. And a lot of people have said it better than I can, you know. Well, I came to address them. It is what they've said. It's a fee. It's a tax. It's not run right. It's not structured right. I am overly concerned with the fact that my property taxes are going to be raised almost 80% by this. Other people, it's not that much of a difference, you know. I'm going to talk about my truck like you did in the presentation. I bought it in '94, paid 5 years on it. I wasn't funded. I had to work and pay it every month for 5 years, and I did. I still have the truck, you know. My house is running down. I need a roof on it, and I can do it myself, but I just don't get around to it. You know, it's, I don't think there was enough transparency. I didn't know about this till I got that letter. You know, and then I went to my neighbors and asked them, did you get the letter? And they said, yeah, I just kind of put it aside. Some of my neighbors. And when I explained to them what it was, they were alarmed, you know, and they should be, and everybody should be. And the point is for the commissioners, and I voted for some of you, we will vote you out if you pass this tonight. We need more time to study this, to see what's going on. A lot of people did their homework. I've heard a lot of the homework that they've done. And we need more time to build up backing. We need to be more transparent with the funding that you're doing now. with the taxes that you do get. You need to tighten up. We don't need to loosen up. We don't need to pay more. We're paying enough. And you have to manage that better, or we will find better managers. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Linda Coward. And let me make one comment. As for Commissioner Thompson, I should have said something sooner. Commissioner Thompson has a broke back in 2 places and several busted ribs. That's why he's not here tonight. Otherwise, he would be here. So instead of mocking him, please pray for him. Thanks.
Good evening, Linda Cowart. I'm on 100 Southwest 68th Place in Hampton. I am opposed to the assessment, as our taxes are supposed to be funding our fire and rescue services. I was a volunteer for many years in Alachua County and a short time in Bradford County. I understand the expenses. However, as many people have said, we have a lot of elderly people in this county. We have families that can't afford a 10% increase in their property taxes. They don't go out to eat and spend $3 on a glass of tea. I don't. I drink water already. Thank you. But my question is, and I've watched how this county has grown, there are a lot of new houses in this county. They are assessed a property tax. And the only information I could get online, because it's not provided, it said by Bradford County, was back in 2022, there were 100 residential permits provided or issued. There were 81 mobile home permits issued. So that's 180 residences that are now being taxed. And that's where our tax money is supposed to do, support fire services, those essential services. Where has that money gone? That's what I don't understand. And that's only 1 year. That was 3 years ago. And I can look around in that area of the county. There are 30 new houses on Lake Hampton and Hampton within a mile of me. So that's where our funds should be coming from, not a special assessment above and beyond what taxes people are already paying. There's something wrong. And this was not the way to handle it. It's should not have been done this way. And the only notification that I got was the letter after the county commissioners had already voted on it. That's wrong. So I think things need to be looked at. Find out where all those new tax property funds are being spent and put it towards where it's supposed to be, which is our fire and EMS services. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Everett Glisson Jr. and the other one looks like Everett Glisson Sr., I believe it is. Are they here? Everett. Okay. Elizabeth Carlton. Jacqueline Cruz. Donna Baker. Makubi Barker.
My name is Jasmine Cruz, and I live at 10041 Southwest 112th Avenue in Brooker, or Graham. You guys have seen me multiple times. However, the problem, I understand that our fire and rescue need a lot of work, that there's a lot of families in this area that don't get the services that they need timely and reasonably, and so someone dies or their house burns down. And so I do understand that we do need a way to come up with these fees, but there are other ways than taxing the citizens or doing an assessment. Brooker, you guys all know Mr. Melvin, they took and put a 1 cent on their gas tax. Little old Brooker. It brings in about $30,000 a year.
a very, very small town in this community. They also do a half-cent sales tax. That brings about $25,000 in a year. If you add that gas tax and that sales tax with the amount of traffic that we have on 301 up there towards Lottie, Hampton, new racetrack. I mean, they're always busy. I come out that road multiple times a day. You're going to hit that $1.7 million you're looking for plus. And it's going to minimize the tax on the citizens here. There are a couple things, though, that I want the citizens of this community to know. I have brought to your attention many, many times that you do not get these meetings out publicly enough for everyone in this county to know what's happening. I've told you repeatedly and repeatedly, it's not happening. And this is what you get. You get people that are really upset and that want to take your positions away. When someone like Mr. Riddick, you just asked at the last one to reduce it by 50% or even take it down to 25% to help these citizens. None of them know that. Miss Andrews, you've helped me time and time again. But they don't know it. And Miss Spooner, I cannot forget you either. But they do not know it because it is not advertised enough. They don't understand that this has been ongoing on your agenda multiple times. Every month there's almost a fire assessment meeting. They just didn't know. You guys have to bring it to their attention. You, as our commissioners, need to do better. You need to take the time and get out into your community and let them know. I mean, I know me and Miss Andrews have talked several times. So why don't we have a meeting in Brooker, get all of our constituents there so that she can get to them and let them know what's happening. But you guys need to do it too. It is not just our responsibility. It is your responsibility. We elected you here to do that for us.
Thank you. Donna Baker. Daniel Cook.
Here he comes.
Next one is Ben. I can't read your last name. Starts with a H. Looks like. Okay. Ben Hiley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dan Cook from 229 Southeast 57th Street in Keystone Heights, Florida. I've had the blessing of being a volunteer firefighter for many years, starting in Keystone Heights, working in Theresa, spending time working for Bradford, and I'm currently serving with Melrose since retiring from the Army after 26 years. With all that being said, dear Board of Bradford County Commissioners, I am strongly opposed to the annual rate assessment being increased by up to 4% per year without further notice. Any increase in taxes should require a recorded public vote so that representatives, being all of you here, ladies and gentlemen, are held responsible for tax increase decisions. Incidentally, why cannot Bradford County provide a basic safety service, basic life safety service, such as fire protection, with the tax dollars that the residents already pay? What is the purpose of government if not to protect and serve their citizens? And yet somehow we are not using the existing tax dollars to pay for the service. It's not the citizens' fault that the county shut down the volunteer program. I saw Chief Rusty's father, the chairman of the board for the Theresa Fire Department, with tears in his eyes, coming to me to talk to me and my son. My son was on the board as well, because the Theresa Department was being turned over to the office of the sheriff for him to run the show. He had to sign over the deed to the property for something that had been around for decades, run through hard work and folks working hard. And a great resource. Sure, volunteers aren't going to be there all the time, but that's because they're volunteers. That's why you need a smaller fire department with a robust volunteer force behind it. But that only comes with a healthy work environment and good leadership from the top. I charge you, ladies and gentlemen, to use your own existing budget to make this work. There's a lot of pork out there. There's a lot of bad spending decisions. You need to fix that rather than charge your own residents. It's like kicking your own puppies. Thank you.
Then the next one's Kevin Williamson.
Good evening. Ben Hiley from Melrose. I've got a lot to say, except I really strongly oppose this. Every year is a taxation problem. We got another problem here, there, more taxes. The board should have solved this problem. We got plenty of pork. We got plenty of ways to get around it. There is, I mean, come on, guys. A lot to say, except this is just out of control. Very poor use of our money.
Thank you. Kevin Williamson. Then Lori Meadows.
How's everybody doing? I apologize about my voice. It's Kevin Williamson, 9960 Southwest 104th Street, Graham, Florida. All right. Wow. I just want to let you know, I currently spend $200 a month living in my own house that I pay to the government right now, just as it sits. I pay $200 a month to live in my own home that I have to pay to the county. Now, you've got 8,729 families funding this for 68,000 people in the county. If you were to put a 0.5% sales tax, you could raise $3 million because there was $586 million transacted in Bradford County last year, according to the Department of Revenue from Florida. So why don't nobody has a problem with the fire department? I think it would be a wonderful idea. I just think everybody ought to have to pay, and not just 8,000. Less than 10,000 people are paying for everybody. But we are American citizens, and the state of Florida Constitution says we don't have to wait for the election. We can sign a petition and have them removed tonight.
Thank you. Lori Meadows. And the next one will be Julie Martin. Lori Meadows. Julie Martin. Julie Martin here. Mrs. Strong. And then Sherry Carver.
I'm Vianda Strong, Post Office Box 530, Lottie. I come to the meetings all the time. I'm probably one of the only people that's been up here to speak, other than another person that comes to the meetings. I don't have a problem with the fire department because I want them to show up when they're supposed to show up. What I do have a problem with is wasteful spending. I see where the waste is. I've said it many times. You guys don't listen to where the waste is. I've said it, I showed it, and it continues. When you stop the waste is when you're going to make a difference. But you don't want to stop the waste. You want to continue for the waste to continue. We don't have to have an assessment. There are other areas that you could have made cuts. There are other areas, there are other things that you could have done. I spoke about the Greater Jacksonville plan where they did bonds. You said no. You didn't want that. You said, this isn't Jacksonville. But you didn't even try. There were many, many ideas. But you continue to spend money because it's not your money. If you spent the money like it was your money, we wouldn't spend the money. You wouldn't waste it. We need to spend money like it's your money. And we wouldn't have the problems that we have. We need to cut the budget. When we cut the budget, we will do better in all departments, in every area. Like I've continued to say, and I will continue to say it. I will continue to come to these meetings. I love those guys in the fire department. I want them to come when I need them. I may not have called them when I needed them, but I want them to come when I need them. And I think everybody wants the fire department to come. I don't want a catastrophe to happen and the fire department to not be there.
Thank you. Sherry Carver.
Hi. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to say a few words tonight, and I'm grateful for the EMS and the fire department and all the things that they do to protect us. I hope that we might be able to find a way to continue to support our fire department and one another. But I do, I'm a housewife. I have a budget. I have to stick to my budget. I have to drink water sometimes. I have to grow my own food. I have to be responsible for paying my bills. I do not need another bill. I have plenty. Thank you. And we're retired now. We're working harder than ever, it seems, just to try to keep our heads above water. Please, don't drown us. We will lose a home that has been in my family for 5 generations. No, I don't imagine I'm going to get any sympathy. It doesn't seem like that's part of the deal. However, I do have a voice. I feel that we can find ways, just like I do in my budget. If we can't afford our fire department, which is one of the most important things, our officers, our fire department, perhaps then we do not catch dogs. That was something that we had a nice little deal with Alachua County. That had to be changed. All that money now is going, I don't know. Last time I tried to take a pet in, they were all at a Christmas party. Didn't even leave one person there. Anyway, complain, right? The thing is that we need to be responsible, not wasteful, and we need to consider where our money is being spent. If we do not have enough money to fight a fire or to have our law officers come or EMS come when we're having a heart attack, we need to be cutting some other things out, just like I have to. Netflix has got to go. It is time for Netflix to come out of the budget. We need to be applying for bonds and for federal grants. Sounds like we've done a good bit of that, but maybe we need to do a little bit more. Is it work? Oh, yes, it is. But that is what is expected. I'm about out of time.
Thank you.
I would like to say sales tax. Let me just echo that.
Thank you.
The people
you.
that you're picking up on 301
Thank you.
can help pay.
Next one's Scott Fryer. Scott Fryer, and then the one after that will be Johnny Clark.
Hello, Scott Fryer, 7309 Southeast Second Place. Now, what I know what it's like for the Christians to be led into the Colosseum, because I am for your assessment. However, I've listened to these people and they're very passionate here tonight, and I understand their pain. But I also know that your firefighters need apparatus that is functional. I would imagine an engine or a pumper would have probably cost $200,000 in 2000. That same equipment now is probably $500,000. I don't know where people think that money's going to come from. Your people probably also would like to get raises. I know everybody in the audience that's worked probably liked raises when they worked. You have a very unique situation in Bradford County. There was a gentleman who said you had 68,000 people here, and that's not true. The last census in 2024 shows you had 28,000 people in this county. So, I'm from Jacksonville, Florida originally, but we've owned property out near Crystal Lake since 1959 in both Clay and Bradford counties. There's a quality of life in living in the country. And the next thing you'll hear from these people is they don't want people coming in here. They don't want all these developments being built. But there is economy in numbers. Orange Park, Florida is a city in Clay County, just a small city. And they have 250,000 residents. That's right. And that money they have might only cost them $25 a year on their fire assessment. So you can live in a rural area and pay for that. I'm on Florida Power and Light. I'm at the very end of the territory. The last hurricane we had, major hurricane that hit near us, it wasn't even a direct hit. I was without power for 11 days. But that is the price I pay for living in a rural community and the quality that we have here. I do feel for these people. And the talk about it, being one meal a month, yeah, maybe that's a little tacky to you, but it's a fact. Skip McDonald's one time and you can pay this every month. Well, listen, everybody was respectful
Please,
when
hold
we were
on.
talking about the other side. This is a practice in democracy. And I understand the passion.
Please let him speak.
So, let's be respectful of one another. But I do feel the pain of these people. You've got a difficult situation. And if you do get voted out, I wonder how many people in this room are going to run for your office. And they're going to be the ones stuck making this decision. Thank you.
Johnny Clark. And then next will be John Green.
Johnny Clark, 19924 Northwest 71st Avenue. I am a professional retired firefighter.
Please. Let him speak.
I am a retired professional firefighter, and I'm going to tell you you're wrong on the assessment all the way around. You went up on the taxes. When you pass a fire assessment, ad valorem taxes go down. You brought in the specialists. The other thing when they build a house, whatever we're calling that now, you just passed that, impact fees. Why are we passing 3 taxes to pay for the fire department? I'm going to tell you why. Ben, I'm sorry. You do have too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have 8 people in your department right now that make more than $80,000. 8 people. I worked for this county 30 years ago. I made $16,000 the best year I worked here. Okay? You're making too much money. Your department has too many people riding around in those SUVs and F-150s. For a department your size, you need you, 1 chief under you, and 1 shift supervisor, not all the other ones. That's it. You don't need any more. You're paying them too much money. I have 2 chem people sitting right down there on the corner. They just started. We cannot compete with Jacksonville. We can't compete with Gainesville. Gainesville has 23 times the tax base that we do. Jacksonville is about 36 times. You're paying them $50,000 to start with. When you add their benefit package, that $50,000 goes up to about $68,000 a year. They should top out at $50,000, Ben. Sorry, I'm a professional firefighter. I don't want to pay it. And you can say it's a fee. I'm telling you it's a tax. I was part of Alachua County who passed this thing. It's a tax. And by the way, they will go up 4% every year. Alachua County did. Alachua County did. They asked for half of it. When they finally got it to pass, it was half. 2 years later, they were at 75%. 2 years after that, they were at 100%. The budget in 7 years from when I left went from 21 million to 119 million. That's what you guys will do with this assessment, and you'll keep adding and adding and adding to it. I'm sorry, it's not any good.
John Green. And then the next one will be Cindy M. And I apologize, I can't read the writing on the last. Starts with a W.
My name is John Green. I live in Lawley. I have a question myself. I'd like to know how y'all actually come up with the 4% per year. Okay, we can't answer that question. I know personally, I don't get an increase of 4% every year. And once again, I agree with a lot of people. I'm against this, to start off with. This needs to be put on a ballot, not by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to make this decision. I mean, I love the fire department just as much as everybody else does, but, you know, y'all need to start pinching some pennies. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy M. And again, I can't read your last name. It starts with a W. Peter Welch. Roger Galtrey. And then after that will be Lester Johns.
My name's Roger Guthrie. I live at 21115 Northwest 95th Place. I do have a Lake Butler address, which has been a pain through a lot of legal stuff when you get people that think they're God, like a lawyer did years ago, and it took Judge Saunders to straighten his tail out. I look at this commission here, and I keep up with stuff. Miss Andrews, I got family that lives on 100 on the wife's side. They've had a fire at their place. They had a fire pickup come out on a car. They sat out there and never did get a fire truck, and they let it burn right down in their yard. They called 911 for young'uns that have severe problems. And they get called and told to go to Union County. I bet you ain't even been by their house and talked to them. And you worked with one of them when you worked at the prison.
I wasn't aware of it, sir.
Over at RMC. Now I guarantee you, Y'all have made up y'all's mind, made them up months ago, and wouldn't listen to nothing anybody had to say. Now, there's only been about 3 people brought this up. But when I got my little letter, I seen where my property appraisals was up. Now, I know you can only go so much on because the state says you can only put so many mills on it. So what do? You get around the mills by upping it $3, $4, $5, $6, $10,000 a year. Now, I am in agreement. This is a small county. It ain't Alachua. It ain't St. John's. It ain't Clay. The fire chief has got, I had a neighbor. She's dead now. He run 2 fire engines and a pickup truck and a rescue unit to her house, and her elderly and her own had been called several times. So it wasn't because she was some 400-pound person that needed picked up. She wasn't as big as you are. But yet they run 4 units of people out there. If that ain't waste, you tell me what is. I worked for the state. I had a budget. The year they cut us down with 4 months left to go on the fiscal year, my part of that budget was 10 grand. Well, guess what?
Thank you.
I made my budget work.
Thank you. Lester Johns, and then Mitchell Gunner.
I'm Lester Johns. I live in Sampson City. I'm in Miss Andrews' district. Miss Andrews, when you first ran for office, you said that we're going to look at places to cut, and I've seen none. I've seen none. I understand that we need, and by no means, I've never had to call rescue. I've never had to call the fire department. Hopefully never will. They need to be funded. However, there are so many other areas to look at. We passed a 6-cent gas tax. We were going to enhance the roads. The roads were going to be fine. 20 years later, my road hasn't been touched. They finally came out and took 12 inches of dirt off the sides of the road so the water would at least run into ditches, but it can't run from there. My culverts are 8 foot tall in weeds. They're not being mowed. They're not being kept up. That was 6 cents a gallon was going to enhance the road department, but it went in the front door and the commission took it out the back. Is that what's going to happen when we pass this fire tax? Is it goes in the front and y'all going to take it out the back? Are you telling me that if you're going to cut, if they wind up having to cut this fire department budget by 10%, are you going to cut my assessment by 10% also? Because you're saying that we're going to do 50%. This is supposedly going to do 50%. And Ben, by the way, you can make a lot more money selling cars. That was a good presentation. But if they got to have this money, then why are we talking about cutting their budget? Or was it just something that you looked at? But if you're going to cut their budget the way you did the road department, I rode Mr. Dodd pretty hard until I found out he has nobody to take care of the ditches. Because if he puts and they do take care of the ditch from Station 9, 500 foot, they take good care of the ditches and they paint the lines and then they pack up and they drive off. The rest of 225 does not matter. Does not matter. And I see this tax doing exactly the same thing. And that's why I'm opposed to it. I'm not opposed to the fire department. I'm not opposed to the rescue department. I'm opposed to the way that y'all are handling the money. In this county, how many vehicles, and I'm not picking on the fire department, how many vehicles countywide are being driven home by people. And why do they need those vehicles? Because some of them are driven out of the county. They don't even live in this county. For 35 years, I worked, and they told me I was on 24-hour call and no vehicle. I know my time's up.
Thank you. Mitchell Gunner. And then next will be Paul McKinley. First of all, I want to thank everybody coming out here because y'all the people, y'all are the real government. These people are supposed to represent you. And that's the way it's supposed to go. But one thing I want to say, Brad, you do a great job with your fire department. You really do. Y'all been to my house several times, and y'all always done an excellent job, and I appreciate what you do for our community. But I think the reason why we are here today is because our county commissioners in the past quit doing impact feeds back in 2008. And now that we have impact feeds back, and that's what impact feeds are supposed to do, is support our fire department. And when houses are built in certain districts, that money is supposed to be held in those certain districts and not go elsewhere. So now I feel like y'all do have the impact feeds back. I think it's like $10,000 for building property. That's what someone told me. What is it, Danny, if you don't mind?
It's 1,060.
Okay, it's 1,060. To me, that's a little low. If you look at your other counties like St. John's and Clay, they charge anywhere from $10,000 to $19,000 for impact feeds. But we don't have to go that high here in Bradford County. If just take for an example, I'm not saying we can use this, but just take an example. If the impact fees were $5,000 for someone to build a house or for a business to bring in a gas station like the racetrack, because it's also for business as well as just residential. If we had this back in 2008, which there's probably pretty close to 4,000 homes built, we would have $20 million in the bank for our fire department. We don't have nothing now. And now that we have the impact feeds, I don't think that you ought to charge people an assessment because that's what the impact feeds are for. So you're kind of double dipping and double taxing the people. That's not right. And another thing I want to say, I heard a lot of people say that they're not getting notifications of certain meetings happening and they're coming up at the last minute. People, if y'all see that happening, you call the state and you tell them that there are sunshine laws being broken in Bradford County and they need to be investigated. You have to do that because that's the way it's supposed to go. I think our Fairgrounds Association is under investigation for sunshine laws being broken. Well, every bit of government should be treated the same way. If things are not being done correctly, it should be like that. And someone said Doge should happen in Bradford County. Well, I'll tell you what, it started happening in Alachua County, and heads have already started rolling. And I think just last minute, I think we ought to have the state to come in and do a complete audit of our county and city. Thank you. Paul McKinney. And then after that, it looks like Joey Cruz.
Paul McKinney, reside at 5811 Northwest 216th Street, Laude, Florida. It's a matter of fairness and equality in the way that the money is being spent. In 1950, 50% of Americans 30 years older or 30 years and older owned a home. In 1960, 52%. In 1970, 48%. 1990, 43%. In 2000, it was 35% of people 30 years and older that could afford a home. In 2025, 12% of people are affordable. That's ridiculous. In or 1775, Americans started a revolution because of high taxes. I'm against this because the taxes are beginning to be too high and unaffordable. It's the way that we are collecting the taxes and the way it's being spent. I've had a belly full of being taxed out of my home. If I can afford $1 million home, then it can burn. I can afford it. If I can afford a $400,000 home, and it can burn, I can afford it. If you can't afford your home to burn, maybe you shouldn't build a home that's so expensive. It's about personal responsibility. I'll be responsible for myself. I don't want the government's help. The government is the problem. People need to be their own first line of defense. I've put my own well in. I've put a giant pump in. I have my own fire hose. You can order it. Go on Amazon. You can order it. Be your own firefighter. You don't have to call the fire department. You don't need the government. It will be yours. It'll be an added value to your property. The government won't own it. You will. The government only takes and lives high on the hog while the people grow poor and poor. Illegals and other people just passing through using the same services. We've seen wrecks and car fires and things. They use those same services that we pay the taxes for, and they don't pay anything.
Thank you.
Maybe they need a sales tax, like people's been saying, a fair tax, something like that. But it all on us is not fair. It's not right.
Thank you. Joey Cruz. And after that will be Hank Hodges.
Yes, I'm Joey Cruz. Can y'all hear me? I live at 23346 Northwest 200A, Lodi, Florida. And we need the fire and rescue, but we've gone about it the wrong way, okay? And it's going to be 1,662,000 a year, and then you're going to increase it by 4%. In 10 years, that will snowball, okay? And our kids that we leave our properties to and grandyoungins, they will lose it, because this assessment fee here will be on there, okay? And that's not counting the money that was set forth just a few years ago when it went up from 75 to 125, not counting your land taxes, And Bradford County, we need income and businesses, and they should be like grants and stuff that y'all could go to Tallahassee. If this bill passes, you're going to need this money, not for 5 years or 10 years. You're going to need it forever, Hey, I hope everything works, I don't know what else to say, Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Hank Hodges.
My name's Hank Hodges. I'm from Lodi, Florida. I come up here to tell you there's no way that you could ever justify passing a tax on the citizens of this county. If you're for passing a tax on the citizens of this county, you have no business sitting where you're sitting at tonight. That's all I have to say.
Looks like Joe Lukes. I'm sorry, apologize, can't read the writing. Joe L. Starts with an L. Troy Trift.
Troy Thrift, 2331 Northwest 240th Way, Lawdy. My problem is the 4% unending. There's no cap on that. And y'all stated right in there that if you don't pay that, and I'm assuming it's going to come on a separate tax bill. I don't know. But if, let's say I lay it down, misplace it, y'all are coming after title to my property? I mean, that's exactly what it said. So y'all are telling us if we don't pay this, we're losing our property. You'll never own it. So what y'all are doing is y'all are punishing the property owners of this county. It's a land grab. People will lose their property. It won't be in the next 5 years, but that property will be lost. Y'all got a snowball going here. And nothing against the fire department. I'm a retired fire department myself. But fact is, I live less than 2 miles from the fire department. There's been 3 fires down my road, less than 2 miles from the fire department. And nothing against the guys, but they didn't even save a doorstep. I mean, come on. What am I paying for if I'm in the circle and I'm still, when they do come, it's too late. Or when they get there, look, maybe training's gotten better, but when the guys get there, they're not even dressed out, ready to go in a fire. I mean, the training chief needs to come back. I heard him say he got rid of that, but their response times need to be a lot faster. I mean, I'm less than 2 minutes away, and stuff's burning to the dirt. If it's for the medical side, I'm all for it. I understand why they roll so many pieces of equipment. You've got to have the manpower to get people out. They don't know how big somebody is when they're responding to their house. Could be a 500-pound person. You need several people to haul them out. I have no issue with that. I'm just worried about that 4% unending, and you punishing homeowners, landowners. Do a sales tax. Let everybody join in the fun. Thank y'all.
Thank you. John Lee, looks like Joyner. John Lee. Jerome Bevins.
I almost forgot what I was going to say. My name is Jerome Bevins, 16057 Southwest County Road 18, Brooker, Florida. I can't afford this tax. Hell, I ain't even been able to afford to take my wife out to dinner. Every day I got to shop down here at Audi and buy their cheap food. I ain't been able to buy me a pair of socks to keep my feet warm. And now y'all gonna hit us with this tax, and the tax money I've been paying for my roads coming out of 18 out of Brooker is so crappy. You cut your sidewalls on the edge of the road. There's potholes. You can't see the lines. My family drives it every day. And God bless you men back there, y'all. You saved my life a couple of times. But what I want to say is, you heard the people. And if you vote for this, then you need to be tarred, feathered, and rode out of town on a rail. You're the one that's raising our land tax every year. Every year you raise our land tax. Man, we can't afford it. Y'all picked the wrong time to hit us with this. Look at these people suffering. We can't buy food. We can't pay our lights. My light bill's higher, and y'all get taxes off of my light bill. You get my land tax. When I buy gas, you get gas tax off of that. Maybe y'all should get rid of some of the people at the courthouse taking money from them line of people paying their taxes. Because every time I go in there, I got to stand in a line and wait 15 minutes because everybody in front of me paying money. I pay money on my boat. Go down the New River between Lake Butler and Brooker. There's not a boat ramp down there. We're tearing up our trucks and our cars just to get down to the river. But I pay taxes on my boat. And if you can live with yourself and you vote for this after you heard what of these people, your constituents, if you vote for it after you heard what your constituents had to say, then you're on the wrong business. God bless each one of you, because I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Thank you. James King. And then Dennis Hascock.
My name is James King. I live at 3989 State Road 100 Southeast, right across from Hope Baptist Church. I'm a little upset with this assessment because there's ways that you can get money for your fire department, and this ain't one of them. Assess every time you turn around. You got gas tax you could get. You could get special, stuff from maybe the state will come in and help out or something like that. But there's ways of getting money. But you're not helping anybody. And, I wouldn't want to be in your guys' shoes when it comes election time, because some of you might not be around no more. So that's all I got to say. But, I appreciate the fire department and the police department. That's one thing I don't have any problems with. County commissioners, that's a little different. Because, when you get in there, sometimes you like that extra money in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got to say.
Thanks. Dennis Hashcock. Preston Nasworth. Then Ginger Haley.
Preston Nasworth. I live at 14941 Southwest 151st Avenue in Brooker, or in no man's land, as the chief said earlier. This fire assessment is not just about taxing Bradford County. It's about the future growth and safety to further benefit the county in the long run. When a commercial developer looks at a potential area for development, the first thing they look at is not a customer base, but adequate public works and fire rescue service. Without these, the business is put at risk and liable, resulting in little to no commercial and economic growth in that area. Currently, the millage rate for the county is maxed at 10%. With this funding going directly to the rescue service, this could potentially lower the millage rate, in turn lowering property taxes in Bradford County. Commissioners, without this passing this fire assessment, the people of the Brooker area and surrounding areas will continue to be at risk. The response time to the southwest corner of the county is far too long based on where the current stations are. We must have support in closer proximity to the Brooker area and surrounding areas. This tax would enable adequate staff to be stationed in Brooker and to better serve the southwest corner of the county. This tax is about being more equipped to save lives, homes, family members, friends, and anything else we care about. Commissioners, you've been tasked to make this decision. In closing, my rhetorical question to the commission is this: what if it was your family or your friend in the Brooker or surrounding area that needed help as soon as possible and help could not get there in time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I've waited a long time and I'm glad it's my turn. I live in Melrose, Florida. My name's Ginger Hiley, and I'm opposed to this tax for many reasons. The main reason is under the U.S. Constitution, property taxes are illegal. The only tax that is allowed under the U.S. Constitution is income tax. I also believe that this fee, which is a tax, since it's being funneled through the tax collector's office, and it's being treated as a property tax, and the rate that you'll pay is based on the square footage of your home, I believe it's a property tax, and that's illegal. And with that being said, I believe that this is criminal, and I believe the letters you sent out to all these folks threatening them You threaten them. I will put a lien on your property if you don't pay this fee. That's extortion. Plain and simple. And you guys know it. And they're all right. You don't listen. You work for the man. You don't work for us. And we've had enough. And you better start listening because you're going to be gone. I've already written the governor. The governor has said that they're going to eliminate property taxes in Florida. Why? Because it's unlawful under the Constitution. Trump has already told us they're illegal. But yet what you're doing is you're taking this fee and you're calling it a fee for the fire department, which I have nothing against them, or the sheriffs. We need them. But we don't need to be raped financially because you want to take, what you're doing is when they eliminate the property tax, you're calling this new fire department tax a fee for the fire department. But in fact, it walks like a duck, it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's a property tax and it's illegal and it's criminal and every one of you are going to be involved because it is criminal. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. W.C. Roden. W.C. Roden. Gone. Okay. Brad Wilcox.
Good evening. My name is Brad Wilcox, and I've been a resident of Bradford County for the past 16 years. I'm curious how many residents watched Chief Carter's presentation at the fire assessment workshop, either in person, online, or watched it on YouTube. I'll be honest, I watched Chief Carter's presentation last night for the first time, and I was shocked. I had no idea Bradford County Fire Rescue has been doing so much with so little staff and equipment and without a secure funding source for the past 5 years. My question for the commission, why isn't there a state law requiring designated funding for emergency services with minimum amounts based on population, county size, or performance against the NFPA 1710 fire standards? And why, after 5 years, does our fire department still not have a secure funding source? Emergency services should be the first thing funded in our county, not the last. Thank you, Commissioners, Chief Carter, and the Bradford County Fire Rescue Department for what you do with the limited resources you have.
Thank you. Ted Gifford. Ted. Philip Harrell. After that will be Kirk Miracle.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. Phil Harrell from Lodi, Florida. I want to just say right up front, I'm neither against funding our fire departments or against taxation. What I am against is unfair taxation. Let's just set aside for a moment all the people in this county who are exempt from this tax. So I have a question for every person in this room. Is it fair to tax Granny that lives on a corner lot in a shack the same as you tax someone that owns hundreds or even thousands of acres with a house and buildings worth millions? That's the scenario that's going to play out all over this county. Winners and losers. I think we can do better than that. The rest of what I have to say is for the county commissioners. I don't think you have the support of the voters for this tax. Most of you run for office as conservatives, but you're operating more like tax and spend liberals. My understanding is at least one of you isn't running for office again. It would be a shame if one of your final acts was to go against the will of the voters. The rest of you are going to face the voters if you pass this thing, as it is now. And all we can do is make sure everyone remembers what you did and how you did it. Y'all can, at the very least, postpone your vote to get a better read on support. Take some polls, or better yet, put this thing forward on a voter referendum. I hope at least some of you have that much courage. Thank you.
Kirk Miracle. Kirk left. Kent, Keystone Heights attorney.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Again, Kent Safrit, attorney on behalf of Keystone Heights RV Park, parcel number 05662-0-00100. If the county is to adopt this ordinance, as many people have said here, it must be fairly and reasonably apportioned based on the benefits that the property received. I'm sorry. With respect to the arguments you've heard here, you've heard a lot of them that are policy-based. You should do it by a tax. You should do it by some other method, sales tax or whatever. What I'm here talking about is the legal sufficiency of the ordinance and the methodology as proposed by the consultant. And I sent a letter to the commission. I'm not sure if all of you had an opportunity to receive it or not, as of last Thursday, that detailed written objections to the proposed methodology. And we believe the methodology as proposed specifically to RV parks is not legally sound and not legally defensible. And in that letter, we noted that the methodology assumed for every RV spot in the RV park, 500 square feet would be assessed the non-residential 11 cent per square foot amount. With respect to that 500 square feet, there was no basis whatsoever for that. In the letter, I identified several data points that indicated the average square foot of the various travel trailers and RVs and motorhomes is about 233 square feet, not 500. And I think your consultant just pulled that number based on Class A motorhomes instead of all of the various RV types that show up at a park. So that's the first legally unsound basis we believe that needs to be modified in the methodology. So changing the 500 square foot assumption and presumption to an actual data point of an average 233 square foot per RV spot. Now, the second point that needs to be addressed by the methodology, and again, this information wasn't available to the consultant that did this, is the occupancy rate. The property only gets a benefit if an RV is in the spot 100% of the time, like a house, an apartment, or hotel. Even if it's vacant, it's going to receive benefit from the fire. If the RV spots are vacant, they're not getting any benefit in a reasonable proportion to the fire assessment. So the fire assessment needs to be proportionate to the occupancy over the yearly term of the RV park. And in my letter, again, to you guys, I put in there the data points that 67%, it was a 67% occupancy rate for the 654 lots that are occupied daily by a RV or travel trailer. So you got to take that number into consideration as well. So again, if you're to adopt this tonight, we would respectfully ask an amendment be made to the methodology to incorporate these two data points that were not available to the county. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes. Vince Essen. Vince.
My name is Vincent Essen, the owner of Keystone Heights RV Resort. My name is Vincent Essen, one of the owners of Keystone Heights RV Resort. I just want to say you guys are doing a good job. I support the fire department. I support the commissioners. I understand that, we got a budget, we got to get there. I'm here to help and work with you guys. And I just want you to really think about what my attorney just brought up as far as being fair. And then let's work together to figure this thing out. That's all I got to say. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Vince. Edward Segman. And then Mary Griffiths.
Yeah, right. Edward Sigmund. I live at 10156 Northwest County Road 229. One thing that everybody brought up a lot of different things to present. But I got a budget from y'all on the internet, which if you go online, you can find the budget. It says that y'all have $37 million in our budget that y'all spent. You give $9 million of it goes to the fire department. Now, to me, there's some spending going somewhere that ain't getting spent the right way, because you can look at equipment. I used to be in maintenance, so I know equipment. And y'all spent the last 2 years $2 million or $2,000, and this year y'all spent $20,000 in repairs. Where'd that money go? Y'all don't break anything down when it comes to budgets, and there's money going out somewhere, and it's not going where it needs to be. Everybody keeps saying we need to cut stuff. Things need to be cut. I just seen a thing on here for Pizza Hut for $21,000. It's in the budget. $21,000 just got spent from Pizza Hut for something for the county commissioners. It's in your budget. In the general part of your budget, it has Pizza Hut. Huh? Like I said, I respect the fire department just like I do the police officers and everybody else. I've served in the military. I know what it's like to have to do things that you don't like to do. But y'all are going to stand up here and make decisions for the county, and that's a big decision that I don't think y'all really want to make. It needs to go to a vote, and not a vote from y'all, a vote from the county, because your county is not going to go for what y'all want to do. Now, I don't have a problem with trying to support our fire department. I really don't. But $167, Alachua only charges $133 for their fire assessment. I looked it up. Now, and I know their population is almost 300,000 in their community, or Alachua County. We only have 28,000 in our community. Now, y'all are trying to put a bigger budget on us for a smaller community, and it don't work. And then putting a 4% on that, I don't get 4% every year when I get paid. I have to wait 3 to 5 years before I get another increase. But I thank y'all for what y'all are listening to.
Thank you.
Just do the right thing.
Hi. This is my first meeting that I've been to. I also did not find out except for by accident.
Say your name, please.
Mary Griffiths, and I'm at 9411 Southwest County Road 225A, Hampton, but it's Graham. So I am opposed to the assessment as written. I think we may need to do something to support it, but it seems like there may be some waste that we need to get rid of first before we start doing a wholesale thing on our taxes. And I definitely do not think it's fair to say that you're going to do a 4% increase every year without ever coming back to the people. That it's just not fair. Or continuously on your property. And yes, I don't want to have to deal with that either. And I would like to leave my children my property someday. And this is going to make it so that they couldn't afford it either. So thank you for your time. We do appreciate the commissioners. You do have a difficult job. Is this and excuse my ignorance, but is this a done deal? It's already done, or it's, okay. September 10th. And is there a possibility to still get it onto the ballot? Or is it too late for that? You can't get it on the ballot, or you can?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Litterson. And then after that will be Thomas Caldwell. Sam? Thomas Caldwell. Alex Hatch. Alex Hatch.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address you guys on this.
Please state your name.
My name is Thomas Caldwell. My address is 18852 Charlotte Avenue, Brooker, Florida. I'm a city council member for the town of Brooker, and I've been living there for the last 20 years. While I respect the concerns raised tonight, I support this assessment because I also have a concern, and that is to reduce the emergency response times to Brooker and Western Bradford County. I support the assessment because I live in Brooker and we have an unacceptably high fire response time out there. It's around 15 to 20 minutes. This puts our residents, especially our seniors, in a vulnerable and dangerous position. So this is a huge concern for us out there in that part of the county. This is one of the reasons behind the fee. I understand you guys are not, Chief Carter is trying to fill a gap here in the county with fire services. And so that to me is a reasonable and justified thing behind this assessment. The need out there is also increasing. The community is growing, which increases the demand for fire services. We have a charter school and enrollment is rising. We have a new subdivision, Bragg Branch, with 50 new homes planned, and at least 3 are already built and sold. And we have general residential growth, new homes, models, just in general out there in Brooker and in that area. So as the population grows, the need for the timely emergency services becomes even more critical. This fire assessment provides the funding we need for a fire department out there. We have state funding to build that fire department, but without staffing, it won't do us any good. Excuse me. The assessment solves the staffing problem, making the fire assessment operational. So this is a crucial investment in the safety and well-being of Brooker and that area. And I'm sure it will also help with other areas to provide additional resources. Again, there's a large gap in the fire coverage in the county, and we need a fire station in Brooker. So I urge the commissioners to please pass this or find a way to fill that gap. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Alex Hatch. Alex Hatch.
Like you said already, my name's Alex Hatch. I'd like to address the commission and first of all say thank you for all y'all's consideration with this fire assessment fee. You guys hold what's called the burden of leadership. Sometimes you got to do the hard job, and that's what you guys are doing here tonight. I'm in full support of this fire assessment. I myself am a fireman, not for Bradford County, but I live in Bradford County. I was a long-time volunteer for Bradford County. A lot of the people that are in here tonight that have been opposed to this fire assessment fee, I never volunteered with. Truthfully, there's a lot of ignorance in the room. I'll say it. The fee total at the end of the day, your Class A pumper is getting up to be about $1 million for a fire truck now. It's an expensive service. It's got to be provided. It's the commission's responsibility to provide it for the people. It is what it is at the end of the day. It's a nominal fee. You guys do have support from people in the county. Not everybody is against this fee, unlike some have said. Chief Carter's done an amazing job trying to present this. I think a lot of what he said at the beginning of this got overheard or didn't get heard. If you can't afford it and you meet the qualifications not to afford it, you're not going to have to pay it. I think there's a lot of anger in the room, or there doesn't need to be anger because a lot of the people won't end up having to pay it if you truly can't afford it. This needs to happen. I volunteered here a long time. Fire service in Bradford County has always been a controversial topic. We've always not had a lot of help. The volunteer system didn't work anymore. You as the commissioners all know that because we all went through it together. Thank you for everything you guys have done tonight. Thank you to the Chief Carter and all of the fire rescue staff. And I hope you guys do the right thing and provide the services for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd?
Hello, my name is Todd Grimshot. I did get here at 5 p.m. I want to make something notice that I lost a lot of my people here. Two gentlemen here, you guys have been paying a lot of attention to everybody. These people have not been paying attention to nobody. They've been playing on their phones, not even really doing things. I tried to bring it to this gentleman's thing that they're not even in order here. They've took everybody from the last step filled to the first step filled. I was here at 5 p.m. and I first put my name in there. So I've had to wait 3 hours to get 3 minutes of time, which was actually listed to be 5 minutes of time. Danny Ridrick, I was a supporter of you. I will not be a supporter of you because you ignored me this whole time. I will roast you out next time, and I will vote out any of you that actually propose this tax. Because you know what? There is so many elderly people here that I can't even speak for now, that cannot even hear me, that are hurting, that have no money. I have cancer. My family has cancer. My dad is dying of cancer. I'm dying of cancer. I can't even get an ambulance out for 30, 45 minutes because I live in Hampton, Florida. They shut down that station. You want to talk about building all these new stations? How about reopening Hampton, Florida station and give us an ambulance and a goddamn fire department? I don't mind paying a small tax, but this big tax is ridiculous, and it's a tax. I have a form that I'm going to give you guys to read, actually, that I wanted to submit, but I'm going to give it to him because he seems to be the most listening and observant of everybody, and he may actually have a heart. If you guys vote this tonight, or vote this ever, maybe you would consider people for once, and consider people's hearts out here, or maybe get your shit in order, because unfortunately, you don't even have your people that come here first in order. You ignore the people. Why don't you listen to the people for once? And you know what? We have 400 new homes going in Hampton, Florida right now. Cookie cutter homes, $300,000 homes, quarter anchored properties they're building that they approved over there. And they are all building them now. So you're getting all the taxes from there. You're also getting all the taxes from the new impact fees and all that. And all these new businesses coming in. Don't you have enough money coming in that you could figure out this budget somewhere else without adding another tax that people actually suggested? There should be plenty of money out there now to get. Why don't you quit being greedy and quit getting in your pockets and then accept what you already have and you're getting so much more because the community is building, and give the people some peace. We can't even afford it anymore. I'm actually happy that I'm dying of cancer because I don't want to be in this world in 5 years to see what it's going to cost, because I'm not going to be able to afford it, and none of our children will be able to afford it, none of our family, and none of these elderly people. You're pretty much condemning us all. You will make us all homeless eventually, and you will make all these poor old people homeless. And I am sorry that I only had 3 minutes, and my time's up, but I thank you for giving me this time, and I waited 3 hours to say this, and I respect you all, but let's do this the right way.
Thank you. That's all the comment cards I have. If anybody else would like to make a public comment. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a public comment? You changed stuff. Being from the 5th to the 2nd on everybody, so most people couldn't make it here today, which a lot of people planned it, and a lot of people couldn't because of that. So you also deceived us all on that too. Thank you. Did you want to make a public comment? Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm Summer Small. I live at 9451 Southeast 41st Avenue, Stark, Florida. Really, Hampton. I'm opposed just because of like the sneakiness feeling thing. I think that it's clear that your community is not what was presented as like your example that you gave in your presentation. I mean, it felt mockery. Like everybody in here, like nobody in here owns a $400,000 home, bro. If you were trying to connect with the people, you could have like given an example that maybe like met the people. Like it was just kind of, I'm just here to listen, and hearing that and then like making the fast food comment, like, and you even like proceed or like whatever, you introduced that with please don't throw anything at me. It was just like kind of heartless, man. I noticed that. So yeah, I have been all over the country, and I decided to land here in little old Bradford County because it's charming and it's sweet, and I'm happy to be here. I'm proud to be a landowner here, and I believe I'm actually a steward of that land. And so I'm here. I was just on my way out when you said you can come share a word, so I'm sharing a word. Definitely not opposed to fire departments and police at all. It's really about like your people here that are hurting and throwing this in like all of a sudden when nobody knew that that was coming in that way. Feels not cool. The 4% thing, obviously, too, doesn't really feel right to me. Okay, thank you.
Oh, good. Is there anybody else that'd like to make a public comment before we close out the public comments? Yeah, but you already spoke.
I didn't use all my 3 minutes. And you asked for another public. Excuse me, sir. It's not about giving the service.
Ma'am, please.
The money they need. It's about the process of how you're taking the money from us, making it a tax, making it a land grab, and it's illegal. It's just they're going to take away our property taxes, so you're creating this to replace it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for my time tonight. Thank you, Chairman, the rest of the board members. I've only been in this town for 5 years. I've watched this town grow in the 5 years I've been here. I live in Teresa, Florida. My name's Robert Brockman. Hats off to Chief. You do a great job. The ambulance goes by my house 20 times a day. Fire truck 20 times a day. I make sure the corner where I live on is nice and clear for your guys to see when they come out on 18. So hats off to you guys in the back. Thank you for everything you do. I support the fire department 100%. My only question is, the police department is in charge of the fire department. Where is that money going to go? Is it going to go strictly to the fire department? Because they're the ones that need it. You're going to say about this 4% that can be added. Is the fire department going to get that? Or is the police department going to have their hands in it too? Excuse me, it's my time. Excuse me, it's my time. Thank you. I ask a question. Is it going to be strictly for the fire department, or is it going to be the budget, which is run by the police department? That's my only question.
It's for the fire department.
Thank you.
Okay.
And again, thank you for listening.
All right. If there's no other public comments, I'm going to close this out. Okay. I'm going to close this out. All right, board. You've heard all the public comments. You've heard the resolution. Where do y'all want to go?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution as read earlier.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the resolution as read. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Andrews. Is there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just there's some things that are very important to me, and we heard all of the citizens' comments, and as I was reading through the totality of the resolution and its details, I would ask, with our legal person and the syntax person, that in the language of page 3, we'll flip to it just real back. The language that reference page 3, section D, that speaks to the increase of no more than 4% from one year to the next. That's been interpreted by the residents that this is going to automatically happen. Listen, I'm speaking now. I'm speaking now, and give me that respect as I've done for you. I'm speaking now as a commissioner, expressing my feelings to this board before we make a decision. Give me that, please. Secondly, in reference to page 4 that speaks to the language of the lien on the property, I'm asking from our legal person, is Senator Bradley still here? But anyways, if we can make a modification to extract the language that references, because it's interpreted that it's just going to automatically happen, to extract, please don't interrupt me. To extract that language in reference to the 4% yearly increase, and also the language that references the lien on the property. I'm asking this as our attorney and of the manager.
The first question, 4%, that is not automatic. That's not how it would act. If this resolution were adopted, the amount of the assessment would be what's listed there, what was discussed earlier, that amount. As we would roll into next year, assuming the resolution were to pass, as you roll into the following year, the amount would be the same as the previous year unless this board raised it. All right? If this board raised it between 0 and 4%, then there would not be the letters that go out in the formalities that one had with this particular resolution. If the board wanted to rate it more than 4% in a given year, then this would be repeated in the same manner that that unfolded here. So so it is not automatic. It still would be required to be considered if it were to be altered at a public meeting that everyone obviously is invited to and should come, and people should engage in their government and express their opinions about the virtue or lack thereof of the raise in the future. So I hope that answers that question.
Yes, I'm asking the question, and please respect the process. Thank you. So my question is to allow, do we have to have that language in there? Okay, go ahead.
So my name is Jeff Rackley with Stantec. I assisted the county with the fire assessment study initially, and I 100% agree with your county attorney's interpretation of the 4%. This is an annual decision the board would have to make, and you would go through this exact same process, with the only difference being you wouldn't send those mailed notices. And the intent of that language was to save the county money on not having to mail notices in future years if you didn't want to increase the assessment or you wanted a modest increase to the assessment. So I would say that language could be stricken if you wanted to. You just would have to renotice every property owner next year if you wanted to increase the assessment, which is fine. It's just an increased cost to the county. So that would be, an increased cost, and I think it somewhere in the $15,000 to $20,000 range. I don't know the exact number.
Okay, and then my second part was, the language of the lien, if we could strike that language, from the process.
So I don't think you can. I'll defer to the county attorney, but that's part of the tax bill collection process. So if you're going to collect it on the tax bill, it's going to be treated in the same manner as ad valorem taxes. So it has to be paid in full or tax lien. That whole process will start. So I don't think you can remove that if you want to collect it on the tax bill, but I will let the county attorney weigh in.
Mr. Bradley?
The process of special assessments is a strict process that is outlined in Florida statutes. You have followed that process up to this point, and included and understood and contemplated and talked about in that process is that the special assessment is at the same time as the ad valorem taxes are done. It's a different part of the bill. You would see it show up on the bill. And all of those monies therein are subject to lien. That's sort of been ad valorem and special assessment 101, pretty much not just in Florida, but throughout the United States. That has been litigated, debated, discussed across the country for a lot of time about the efficacy of that or lack thereof. So yes, it's a lien. That's not something that can be modified in order to move forward.
Okay, so that's the only other part that I'm partly disturbed about, because with the property taxes, if you owe that, just your normal property taxes, a lien can be placed against your property, and then of course someone can purchase a certificate, and you could potentially lose it. So I was considering that, and the other thing that it was not perhaps very clear to all of the people that there are exemptions for them if they fell within a certain income level, or if they were disabled, that they could have an exemption from this. So I think that portion may have been missed by some of the residents in the community, knowing what those exemptions were. So, Chief, could you articulate those exemptions?
Yes, ma'am. And so the exemptions that were listed in the presentation were the agricultural exemptions, government-owned properties, nonprofits. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Churches, and then 100% disabled veterans, and then below the poverty threshold. Those are the 4 exemptions.
So someone who was elderly, fall within their income, or if they were disabled, they could apply and be exempt from that, from the taxes.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And there's a hardship application process for those persons who could apply through our county manager.
Yes, ma'am. That goes through the county office.
All right. So I think that answered my questions.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Any other questions?
Yes. I just want to make sure that everybody back there that's talking heard what was just said, that there's hardship exemptions that can be filed for the people that may not be able to pay their assessment. But I also want to say, I do agree with Ms. Spooner on the 4%. I do think that needs to be stricken. And I do understand about the lien, but one other question that I wanted to ask was when the Keystone attorney came up and spoke about the size of the lots, is that something that we should that we need to take another look at, or are we good with the size and everything?
So I believe that in the resolution that you have in front of you, the square footage assigned to RV spaces has been reduced from 500 square feet to 300 square feet. Is that accurate? So that has been taken into account. I don't think that's something you had to do. You know, I've seen those ranges around the state from anywhere from 200 to 300 square feet up to over 1,000 square feet for RV spaces. So I think 500 made sense. I think 300 square feet is very defensible as well. So I think you've already addressed that, in my opinion. But you do have the option to address that additionally if you would like to, as the attorney spoke to as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so
I would agree that, you know, that the addressing that was described by your consultant of the matter that is more than reasonable. That is ultimately a policy decision. The only reason I would speak to it is because when you have attorneys involved, they can speak to whether something's defensible or not, legal or not. And there was a suggestion, very respectfully, by the RV park and his attorney. I have no quarrel, and they handled themselves very, you know, respectfully, and much appreciated how they comported themselves, and they're making their arguments in good faith. They've been heard, and this has been addressed, I think, in a way that is reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board.
yes, and so I think that the attorney explained about the 4%, but it may be more if we could strike that from the resolution.
That to me would be something that, if that is what you want to do, that would be something that you could do that would not affect the rest of the legality of the ordinance.
Okay.
And so if you were to do that, there would be a motion to amend the motion before you to remove section 4D from the proposed resolution. That would be the motion if that's the direction that the board wanted to go in, and that would accomplish what I hear you trying to accomplish.
When would we make that moment or that motion?
It would be a motion to amend.
But would we make it now?
Yes. If that's the direction you want to go, I'm not suggesting you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying that that's the direction you want to go in. It would be a motion to amend to remove section 4D from the resolution as presented. And if that sounds good, you can say so moved.
Oh, yes, sir. I would like to, since we have the motion and the second on the floor, but I make the motion to amend the motion to exclude or to strike the 4% reference in the resolution.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to.
Was there a second to that? I apologize, Commissioner.
Yeah, there was a second. We had a motion and a second.
No, I mean on the
Okay,
motion to amend. On motion to amend.
Okay, to
He
motion
was-
to amend. and
Trust me on this
second.
for a second.
I'll make a second.
Okay, so all that's being considered right now before you is the idea that the underlying motion would be amended in the manner described. Not voting on the underlying motion.
Right.
All right, you're only voting on the amendment right now.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay, so
And you have a motion and a second.
we have a motion and a second to remove item 4D. Any other questions? All in favor by sign of aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now we still have a
All right.
motion.
Right, so before you now is an amended motion. All right, it's been amended. So if a yes vote means that the resolution would be approved absent that one section, that would be a yes vote. All right?
Right. Because we already did the public comments.
I understand that, but y'all changed something in midstream with these. No disrespect for them, but you're not gonna give us the public.
We didn't change nothing.
Y'all didn't?
We
Sound
didn't.
like to me you just changed it. You're changing it right now. You just changed it.
We-
Well, I understand. I'm just, for the RV part, y'all went from a square, I'm speaking.
No.
Y'all went from.
A point of order, please.
Oh, wait. That's for the 4%.
No, it's not. It's for the
Yes.
square footage y'all just changed in midstream.
No.
You don't?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
This was about the 4%.
Listen, we must have order.
Okay.
Okay, and a point of.
Okay.
Of, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Correct? Motion and a second. All in favor by a sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All right. Moving on to public comments. For the regular meeting, I have Robertson. I can't read your first name. Robertson. And then Mrs. Strong. Okay. All right.
No, Rob.
Well, that's all the public comments I have. Moving on to the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion by Commissioner Andrews to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Daltrey. Any questions? All in favor by sign of aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. I have a motion, item number 5, recommendation.
Hold on, Mr. Riddick.
Please. Recommendation of bidder for the County Road 100A FDOT lap project. The low bid of $355,115. Do I have a motion to approve?
I offer the motion for approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any questions? All in favor by sign of aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Item 6, construction agreement for County Road 325 Hampton Trailhead at Bobby Shepherd Memorial Park with John Hip. Do I have a motion?
Offer motion for approval.
Do we need
I have a motion by Commissioner Spooner.
Mr. Riddick, do we need to read that resolution? Are we good? The resolution, do we need to read that or are we good?
I was sorry about that, sir. I was dealing with the chief on something.
Okay.
I'm going to read the resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
That was under the consent agenda.
I was told to
Then
read
that's the one we're on right now.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, yes,
okay.
item
Okay.
6. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Bradford County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a construction agreement with John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company, Inc. for FDOT Financial Project ID 447120-1-58-01.
Okay. Do I have a motion to?
I'll offer motion to approve the resolution is read.
I have a motion from Commissioner Spooner,
Second.
second from Commissioner Andrews. Any questions? All in favor by sign of aye?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Any comments from the clerk's report?
All I have this week is a reminder of the tentative millage rate and tentative budget meeting, public hearing on Wednesday, September 10th, 5:30 inside Commission meeting room. That's when the board will adopt tentative millage rate and tentative budget.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff's report? Thanks. County manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing to do is go back and read the resolution that was under the consent agenda, just to read it into the record.
Okay.
A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Bradford County, Florida, authorizing, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong item. The correct item is under item G on the consent agenda. It states a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Bradford County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a supplemental agreement to contract G2J97 with the State of Florida Transportation Financial Project D number 445818-154-01. And that's.
Thank you. County Attorney report.
I have nothing to report.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner comments? Commissioner Daldry?
No, I just want to thank everybody for being here. Appreciate your comments and tough decisions, but moving forward, this is just, hey, I was put in this position right here, and I was elected by my constituents to lead. So I'm not following, I'm leading. So therefore, what I did tonight by making the initial motion was representing the constituents that put me up here. And I can tell you right now, and there's nobody in here that can tell me any different, that as far as anybody that lives in my district, I've had 2 comments. Outside of my district, I've had 2 comments, and that's it. So I feel like what I did tonight was the right thing, and I'll stand up to it and I'll represent it. And if anyone wants to open up to 2028, you're more than welcome to. Thank you.
Commissioner Spooner?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to the people who came tonight, I appreciate you all coming and expressing how you feel. It is a tough decision that we have to make, but you elected us to make this tough decision, and I don't make it without considering the people of the community. I consider the elderly. I don't want to pay the taxes either. I don't want to pay assessment either. But in order to support our county and to meet the needs of the community, we have to do that. Last year, I was one of the ones who didn't want to move forward because I thought it was too soon. So we delayed it until this year. So it wasn't something that just came up in the last few months. This is something that has been talked about for a number of years, several years. I have gone to town hall meetings in Laude and Brooker, in fact, all of the municipalities around. The chief has gone to share, and maybe perhaps you may not appreciate his presentation on certain things. I even said to our chief, and he'll say, there's some people who still can't afford that outing at the McDonald's or whatever. So I consider that. I consider the people in our community. Everybody doesn't have a 3-figure income. People who may make $50,000, but they may have 8 kids. So you consider all of those things and consider what is best overall over time for the entire county. So we had to make a decision. We cannot continue to sustain the fire department out of our general revenue. Every department has to have a contingency budget so that we have money to take care of anything that may come up. And so we have looked and asked to look at our budget and to do it critically and to look at every department. Where can we cut? What can we do without? But we cannot do without services when it comes to fire and rescue, health, safety. We cannot compromise on that. And so for those individuals in our community who cannot afford the assessment based on their income, there's an avenue to get an exemption. But it is not just done, the decision is not done without considering all of those avenues that are available to our community. So I thank you all, and I appreciate your passion about how you feel.
Thank you. Commissioner Andrews?
Yes, I just want to say, very disheartening tonight. We've been called criminals. We've been said that we are stealing money and sticking it in our pockets, said that we're making big salaries. Folks, you're being fed a lot of wrong information. I can tell you that. And we do what we think is right for the county. We do listen to the county. I mean, there are people that come to us in our meetings, and all of our meetings are recorded on our website for you to pull up and look at. If you can't make it to a meeting, pull it up and review it. Try to find out what's going on. And for the people that were here tonight that actually spoke in support, I deeply apologize to you. You were treated wrong. And nobody had the right to do that, to call you lake owners and just to make fun of you. That's wrong. I mean, and it's just ridiculous that we can't meet in a room and everybody give their statement that they want to make without calling somebody names and just calling everybody liars and thieves. It's just wrong. And I'm very sorry. And it's like someone said, we're going to make some people happy, we're going to make some people mad. And it's unfortunate that it can't be everybody that we can make happy. And I'm sorry for the ones who are angry and maybe lost friends tonight, I don't know. But again, I did not take this job for the money, I assure you. I actually thought I could make positive changes and help the people of this county. And that's what I've worked to do every day since I was elected. And I am sorry for what has happened here tonight. I mean, the outcries and the yelling and it wasn't necessary. And so I'm sorry for that, deeply sorry. But thank y'all for coming and letting us know. And sir, I'm sorry, but the public comments are over.
Sir, thank you. It's over. Sir, thank you. Thank you. No, it's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have anything else, Commissioner Andrews?
No, sir.
Okay. Again, thank everyone for being here tonight. Meeting's adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody heard me. Meeting's adjourned.